by conviction. Minui goes forward. Here comes Hoarder. Is able to get one on the Meganar, but gets chipped down by Pobelter.
Minui?
The follow through, though, as Chrome is able to pop one. Chrome is able to pop two. Here comes the engage from Minui. Last stand, but they can stand no longer. Look at those health bars crumble. It's caught out in double lift, gets the kill. Now focusing on Minui, who's trying to escape, but there's Pobelter deep in the middle of it all, and down go Conviction. Insanity critically low, will be able to bail out as the curtain call opens. The target is Music. Levitate will body block for it, but Samikin will be fed to Luminosity. Game in the corner. Will it cost them their life? Here it comes. Counter-strike finds one stun. Levitate's down. Fake God still coming through. Tomio on the back end gets caught out. Has to go golden to buy time, but there's the wilting lullaby. And Zazel with the re-engage will find one kill. Tactical on the flank will clean up another.
Damage here. Sajed coming over the top with the bullet time on the 3. Ends up getting the jump out of Aljun, but it is still going to be an unstoppable Sajed on the backside of this fight. Aljun trying to get out now as well. Going to get the slow from the Weirdning, but Dardoch has gone down to Sajed. Psycho with another flash, and this time it comes correct of the Rubs. Low Jazz. Oh, really nice flash for Tub. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh my God. The killing spree for Decoy. Now they don't have much. Megadar is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Shutdown goes over to Dr. Calculus.
Speak and go for the steal. It's getting really close, but it's going to be secured by Speak Up, but they are fully sending it here. Damage coming through. The curtain call is open, but TF Blade with the stasis buys time, but that's right. Speaka is out of the picture. Double Lift isn't in the picture. Where is this Corki damage?
Hello and welcome everyone to Split 1 of the NACL 2025 season. We are now wrapping up week number 4, and you know what that means? We're passing the halfway point. So it's time to climb or be left behind. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desrox Beltran, and bringing the hard-hitting beats, it is Beatdown Boulevard. Nate, week 4 out of 7. Time flies, man.
It does. You want to talk about hard hitting? You come up with that line just now? You were hiding that from me before the show? What's the deal?
I went with
you
it,
just
man.
Damn, respect.
That's what happens when we're in the home stretch, you know? We gotta bring out the hard-hitting stuff. I can't let you be the only one to do it, B.
All right, fair enough. I will say it was a good line, but I wouldn't quite say we're in the home stretch just yet. We have a couple more weeks of gameplay ahead of us. And yeah, we're about to close out week 4, as you mentioned, with some exciting matches coming up shortly. It is crazy, though. I agree that time flies because I feel like we had just started the split, and we're already kind of halfway towards it. The end, I should say.
I mean, yeah, we're past hump week for the NACL. If Wednesday is the hump day. Let's pull in a recap to see what has been going on over the last couple of days. And again, this is going to get very, very critical over these next couple of days because a lot of teams are very close to each other in the standings. So these games matter so much in that climb for that single round robin beat.
Yeah, that's right. Not just the climb, but also kind of avoiding the fall into that promotion relegation tournament. Yeah, top 6 for playoffs is great, but some teams really just hoping that they can stay in the top 8 so that they don't have to fight for their spot back in Split 2 in a couple months' time. So it's as you say, even some of the matches today, some of the teams we have on the docket are in a really critical point in the split where they do need to start picking up at least a couple of dubs to ensure they have the best chance of either fighting for playoffs or staying in the league.
I mean, we're seeing one of those teams right now. Polestar has definitely been having a hard time in the league, trying to pick up that first series win. You want to talk about top 3? Luminosity Gaming very firmly in that conversation, especially being able to clear out that series oh so quickly. And yeah, with that top 3 really established, I mean, it brings up a bigger conversation because it's the top 6 that's going to make it into playoffs. So it's not just those 3 that we talked about, Near Airport, Dark Zero, Luminosity. We got to keep talking about 2 more, 3 more on top of that beatdown.
Yeah, we do, and it is interesting to see who's going to kind of fill that role. I think CCG have done a pretty good job at establishing themselves as that sort of 4th best team, and we'll see how they're going to be able to climb up. They still have a match coming up later on against one of the big 3. So that's going to be an exciting thing as well. But yeah, at the moment, like we're watching LG, one of the best teams in the league, do kind of what they've been doing to almost everybody here in the NACL, and that is demolish teams. And it put Polestar in a pretty unfortunate position because we talk about these next few weeks being critical. That's not true for anyone more than it is for Polestar, who have, I think this was their 4th or 5th match loss. And when it's a single round robin with 10 teams, there's very little wiggle room to come back.
Oh, and this is a team to talk about, Beatdown. I mean, you have not dropped a single game if you're under the banner of Dark Zero, let alone series. So this is a very potent team that's not stopping the trajectory anytime soon.
Yeah, we talked about it when I was on the show with Rafa on Wednesday. This is the team that have just been performing just extremely well. I will say their series the other day wasn't the cleanest that we saw from them, but overall, Dark Zero still very competitive roster, the best performances we've seen so far in the league overall. And yeah, they're well on their way to another lossless split, because they did do this when they were performing under Dragonsteel last summer. They did drop 3 maps, but they didn't drop a single series. This time, they might be able to beat that.
So you're saying screw the big 3, it's just Big Me when it comes to DZ, yeah?
It sounds like it. Wow, nicely done. Yeah, it really just depends on how Dark Zero performs next week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrifying squad to, come season to season and be the ones that are pretty much dominating the entire place, all the way down to Yuji, who's back-to-back MVP, now going to be on the conversation for a 3rd MVP split. I mean, this is an incredible season out of DZ. On the opposite side of things, though, Supernova, they're a team that's somewhere around the bottom of those standings next to Polestar, so they're fighting to climb back up and get out of that relegation slot.
That's right, and Supernova, especially being that team, we had a higher expectations for. A few players who have either done well in this league or players we were excited about seeing in the league are on this team, and it seems like they just haven't been able to pull it together so far. The split's not over, but this is another team that it isn't looking too good for right now.
I mean, you need to make that big push as we get towards the second half of the season. So let's pull up the standings to see where we are in the season currently. We've already talked about the top and bottom. Dark Zero currently undefeated. Polestar looking for that first win. The big conversation we're going to be talking about a lot today, Beatdown, is that middle of the pack 2-2 clump.
That's right, because this is these group of teams are the ones who are probably the safest, in my opinion, and it's just about maintaining your playoff spot and trying to get the best seeding that you can go for. It's the teams outside of it, and more specifically the teams in that bottom 3 who I'm most concerned for. Blue Water, a team who we saw a really great resurgence in the back half of last split, are currently 1-3 at the moment. To be fair, they've come back from worse, but it still hasn't been a good look for them so far. We've already talked about Supernova and Polestar, but I think Polestar is just in the worst of it because they're 0-5 at the moment. At this point, they cannot afford a single loss. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I'm pretty, if I had to guess, I would say one more loss, they're mathematically out.
I mean, with time, we will start getting a foldy sheet going, but yeah, it does seem like 3 is going to be the big number of wins to get you out of that relegation conversation. Now, as we pull up the schedule for the day, CCG have only lost to the top 3 teams so far. Winthrop will make their best attempt at changing that as both of these teams fight to get out of that 2-2 clump. Second match of the day, the Super Rookies versus the Super Vets. Apex, Mission Impossible, and the Airport will close out the day beatdown.
Yeah, and I think both teams on the right side of this day's schedule, they definitely have their work cut out for them this time around. These are going to be difficult opponents for both of these teams, and for just looking at the standings that we were talking about a moment ago, both of those teams in Winthrop and AMI, not completely safe when it comes to relegation, so they have to be getting the wins wherever they can. Are they going to get it today? Yeah. Maybe, probably not, but if they did, it would be great for them.
I mean, it's something we've stressed multiple times about this being a single round robin, so you have to bring out your best right away. A reminder, we are on socials, so if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on in the NACL, go ahead and check X/Twitter for Watch NACL, and anything you want to see, the highlights, the schedules, the standings, all information, we will be updating you there, B.
Yeah, that's right. It's just that simple. There's really no excuse. It's only 4 letters in most of the case. So what are you waiting for? Follow, subscribe.
Right now.
Comment
you guys got phones?
about Eric's head. You know?
Okay. I don't gotta go
Steve's
there.
not here, man. Like,
I'm the
he
token
was
bald guy
absorbing.
now. Yeah.
Exactly. Steve was the lightning rod. absorbing all the ire of everyone who has hair. And now with you being the only bald person left, I'm sorry, man. I don't make the rules.
Let's pull up the match, man. Let's pull up the match so I can stop getting dunked on at the moment.
All right,
CCG
okay.
versus Winthrop University. Now, both of these teams are 2-2 in the standings, but this is still Winthrop going against a tough opponent. They're definitely going to have to punch upwards because CCG, a lot of experience on this squad beat.
100%. I think CCG have shown, even in their losses, some really good performances. You talk about their losses only being to the 2 of the big 3. They were this close to beating near airport. It was really close. Even Double Lift exclaimed his surprise that they actually managed to win that game. So I think CCG is a team going into the split we believed had a lot of potential, and I think they've been largely living up to it so far. Winthrop, on the other hand, they got a tough road ahead of them.
Let's go ahead and pull up the rosters. You brought up the conversation starting with CCG. Now, again, this is a very experienced team. I look over towards that bottom lane, Array and Breezy. An incredible bottom lane in the tier 2 space, a lot of experience between them, all the way to the point where you talked about Double Lift earlier. He had an interview. He mentioned Breezy's tier 1 ready. Of course, you got Dardoch over in that jungle position, Rookie, Aljun, and Crimson over in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really big praise. I know Double Lift gave a shout out to a handful of players in this league. And yeah, that's kind of what we were hoping for Breezy going into the split. This hope that he can finally stand out and be a top support in the league, be that next candidate to move up to the LTA North. And of course, Array is right there with them. I think these two have been playing out these lane phases really nicely. We see a lot of 2v2 kills coming from them, even against teams like Near Airport and other top teams in the league. So I think there is a lot of potential there for both of them to really step up and show that potential that we see in them.
And I have been seeing a lot of depth from this squad so far. Dardoch has been showing a lot of willingness to play different styles that can potentially suit a squad. Same thing with Aljun, who's been very heavily peddling a lot of these mages into the mid lane. So you have that flexibility there, as well as the veteranship for CCG to really pop off. But it's going to have to be something that's much more established because they do want to get into that top 3 spot right now. We kind of see them as that 4th place contender.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't remember who CCG is playing later on, but if they win this one, they are facing off against one of the top 3 teams next week, and that would be a crucial win for them if they're able to secure that one, because it can give them that opportunity to bump, I think it's Near Airport, who are in 3rd place right now, out of that spot.
And moving on to the opposite side of the rift, we have to talk about Winthrop University. I mean, for this squad, there are a lot of, pieces that have strong potential. I mean, Sword, lots of experience. Mobility was the sub to go to for a lot of tier 2 teams. Denethor was very hyped up coming into the space from tier 3, but short of expectations so far, Beatdown.
Yes, I think it's been pretty tough, especially even though this team did have a change in support with only 35 coming in for Chookies. We still haven't seen anything too remarkable from them so far. I think this is a team overall that do their best work when they're able to find early game advantages. And I think for the most part so far here in Split 1, they haven't been able to do very much of that. A lot of slow early games from this team, not amounting to very much, and they're one of the teams that I think are in a difficult position. They lost to AMI, as we saw, as we're seeing in this recap here. And I think that's what also put them in a pretty tough spot, like we were highlighting earlier in terms of the standings. This team needs some wins.
They definitely do, and where are we going to find that? I mean, I look over towards... not today. Wow, we're just getting outright brutal with it, Beatdown.
I don't know, man. Why do we have to lie?
I'm not gonna lie. I still see hope in certain lanes. Like player-wise, we have a lot of potential on Winthrop University. I'm gonna look at Mobility. I think Mobility has been one of the consistent players within the tier 2 space when he has been subbing in, and has been showing up decently well for Winthrop so far. But now that we're getting onto the conversation of predictions, I mean, I think I gotta get real here. I'm going CCG beat.
I don't think it's just you going CCG. I'm pretty sure everyone of the team who responded in time, I mean, it's CCG all the way, unfortunately, for Winthrop University fans, but it is possible. I still think CCG, definitely not the perfect team. Off days can happen, mistakes can happen, and Winthrop, they have been trying to kind of improve scale throughout the split. Maybe today is going to be where they make that difference. That's not what I voted for.
Twitch chat, if there are any Winthrop fans out there, please bring them your energy because it's going to be a tough one for them as we head into draft game number 1, CCG versus Winthrop University.
Yeah, and it's been fun to see. I think how the draft priorities have changed a little bit so far. How Tristana has become really popular was something we were seeing in the first couple of weeks of play. Fall to a game 2, game 3 scenario when certain champs are out of the picture, but now she gets banned first rotation pretty often. We're seeing Gwen and Nefiri let through a little more because of their nerfs that were coming through as well. Sion has popped back up, is very strong. I respect that we're still banning Gwen because it is still really good, but still interesting how draft priority changed.
Curious if they're going to go for the Nefiri ban. This will leave it open, but it also leaves up the Varus, which is another good B1 that you can go for CCG array champion he's very capable with.
Yeah, it would feel bad, even though it is a good champion, just because you're low mobility, and if Winthrop don't do a great job setting up for him if they go that route, I mean, same problem with Misfortune, that it is going to be pretty easy to get those ult resets off, but wow, Winthrop, they waste no time here with the Misfortune, jump right to the Lilia, something we've seen Dardoch play a lot so far this split, and something that is really strong.
And if I remember correctly, it's the wilting lullaby. You don't interrupt the sleep when you use the bullet time. You get to get the additional damage there. So it is a pretty cheesy combo to go with, but a very effective one nonetheless.
Yeah, very true. Good call out. And so we'll see if that one works out. Plus, the nice thing with Misfortune, I don't think she's a great carry in her own right because everybody's locked into trying to deal with her bullet time. Having carries elsewhere, I think is really important. So I think that's what Wilson is looking to do on this Lilia.
It's also one of Mobility's most played on the season so far. He's been finding a lot of success with it. 3 games, 5.1 KDA, nothing really to scoff at, but ooh, okay. We're gonna throw down a little bit right here as Camille's locked in. It's an interesting pick to take at this stage of the draft, but it is a Denethor special.
And historically, watching Winthrop trying to promote through the promotion tournament the last 2 years, there was a pattern of picking early for Denethor. He would actually have to blind off it. It's not so bad for him here on R3 because you can ban away some bad matchups, the Renekton being a really obvious and easy example. So it isn't really the worst, and I think it offers an interesting way to deal with Nefiri that we haven't seen yet, because Nefiri's, what's so good about this champion is that it's really hard to nail her down. She's very slippery, can be invulnerable at some point as well with her W. So the fact that you have this Hextech ultimatum could make it easier to set up big bullet times, to set up big sleep, to take down this carry jungler.
I mean, the Nefiri is going to be looking to dive with the Hound's Pursuit onto your backline. And what's always been the most effective in trying to stop a Nefiri is usually point and click CC. The ultimatum does play towards that type of way if you're able to just knock him down like that. And it's another answer that's going to be found. Not just in Nefiri, it's going to answer the Alistar on top of that. And that's going to be the Poppy locked in for Winthrop.
I'm so happy. I was going to hint at it too, but I didn't know if only 35 was that kind of guy. And I apologize for doubting you, sir, because he most certainly is. It's already clear what's so exciting about this one. The Steadfast Presence is going to get a lot of value into champs like Alistar, into the Nefiri, of course. And I think that's why you're seeing something like the Olaf come through. Yeah. So someone who's not going to have to worry about that one, but I still think this opens up a lot of trigger pull options for only 35 and ways to kind of stop the engage that CCG are going to be looking for.
Man, the draft feels like it's been thrown on its head when you have a B5 Varus being the final lock-in. CCG will grab for that, and now Victor for Winthrop University. So it's adding kind of to this AoE that they've drafted so far, along with the crowd control and the anti-crowd control, the anti-dive that Winthrop have drafted.
Yeah, so there are many threats on Winthrop's composition, and this can be kind of a problem at times because in this situation, while I see strength in this comp and how they can win the game, there's a lot of pressure on only 35 as the Poppy. Right off the bat, he has to start off a lot of these fights. Yes, Camille can look for angles and things like that, but it really is on the Poppy to make it the max value out of the E, the Steadfast Presence, things like that.
All right, game 1 now underway. Winthrop University, CCG, both of these teams currently standing at 2-2 on the season. CCG having their tougher opponents dealt with earlier in the season. It's up to Winthrop to punch upwards and take down a tough opponent in CCG. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take the dub. Will it be CCG or will it be Winthrop?
That's going to be the question. Again, all eyes on only 35 this game. I think he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but if he's able to perform, I think he can be instrumental in Winthrop getting a much-needed win here so far in Game 1. I mean, on CCG side, they have a lot of carry threat damage potential, and I think it's easier for them to execute their composition. That's what Winthrop are going up against right now.
And you're putting a lot of the onus down onto only 35. The guy has had quite a career, a lot of experience, played in Turkish leagues, made his debut alongside Luger at age 16 when they promoted into the TCL together. So if you're going to find it, I mean, support position, you like your supports to have a lot of experience to know when to take those engagements and when to counter those engagements on top of that.
Yeah, which is going to be exceptionally important this game. And it is interesting, too. It's exciting to see Denethor on the Camille pick, something he's been known for for many years, something he's very good at. It does give him that sort of secondary engage option. Camille can't really be the one starting fights, but there's still value in finding these flank angles, threatening the not-so-mobile carry like Array on the Varus.
We'll be looking to how the jungle pathing is going to go. I don't expect anything too aggressive in the early states of this. Usually with the Fury, you're going for that level 6 as fast as possible. So if we do get any jungle interference, should be something that's a little bit more open and in the obvious setup for the game plan. For the time being, again, I do expect a more passive early game.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of these junglers wants to actually gank. Maybe they'll cover a really big stacked wave at the end of their clear or before a clear, but other than that, I think until level 6, we're not going to see a whole lot of action. The most interesting thing to me, I think, is how the bot lane matchup is going to go, just because we know Lilia, and even Nefiri to some degree, does the first set of grubs really well. So I'm curious as to how Winthrop University are going to try and capitalize on that, maybe get some early leads that way.
Sure, their headbutt pulverize coming out from Breezy. Catches mobility and chunk him out for about half of his HP. That's where you need the steadfast presence in these early levels. Breezy does have slight windows of opportunity to try and capitalize there. Breezy has been one of the more aggressive players when it comes to the support role. I definitely love seeing him on a lot of these engager tanks and Alistair. I mean, that's one of the biggest ones where we saw the legendary flank that he did before. Yeah,
we want to talk about performing in the support role. Breezy's Alistair has definitely been a great thing to see, even in years past as well. So the fact that he's on it this game, definitely a big deal here for CCG. And this is that lane dominance we've seen so often from Array and Breezy. They do so well finding advantages in these 2v2 lanes without any jungle help.
It's a very tough lane for mobility and only 35 to get through. Now, over in the top side river, Smite goes down from Dardoch, will secure him a Scuttle Crab. Turns his attention onto Wilson. Said it's going to be rather passive, but if the junglers meet each other, the Hounds are hungry, and the flash follow through from Dardoch to clean up the kill. First blood for CCG.
Yeah, a little bit of disrespect there from Wilson, not realizing that Dardoch, he was going to be able to take him down pretty easily. So you get a kill on this Nefiri, who, while a bit weakened on this patch, is no slouch by any means.
Ooh, a nice angle from only 35. Punishes Breezy. Ignite goes down. Headbutt pulverize to try and get something back for Array. And mobility is now critically low. He does have the barrier, but I'm not sure if he burns it. Maybe there's time right now. Barrier popped, but so is mobility's head as Array gets the kill.
I mean, when the 80 carry lives, it does benefit you slightly. So that is really big there for Array and Breezy. Nice of Breezy to be able to turn that one around. And give Array this opportunity to get that wave in, recall, and come back to lane.
I mean, I did like the angle that only 35 was able to find. It was a good punish on the Breezy, but Breezy with the response immediately after, knowing that, hey, I'm going to go down anyway, let me try and set up something for Array.
Yeah, now, Winthrop University, they're just going to use that timer to go ahead and go for a little bit of a lane swap and set up for those early grubs. So we'll see if they use the power of that Lilia to be able to take it very quickly. And then we're going to just see this one again. There's not a whole lot to say. Wilson, caught lacking.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a predator hunting, man. This is National Geographic footage that we're getting. It's not actually the Rift.
True.
That's what happens. Dardoch is well known for being a very aggressive jungler. Wasn't expecting it to see it that early, but when you're out of position like Wilson was, he will capitalize.
Yeah, I can imagine Comms just being like, hey, he can't do that. That's illegal. Oh, he's still here. Great. Definitely a good feeling to pick up an early kill like that, as now we see the lane assignments change a little bit.
Right.
Wilson is here, so is Dardoch.
Yeah, Breezy waits out the steadfast presence, now has the stun, goes in, flash out from only 35 to get away, but Array's still bringing in a bit of chip damage. No one gonna go down, Summoner's being burnt.
Yeah, both junglers got kind of low, but with Array being full health the way he is, walking back to this engagement with double longsword, I think they don't want to extend that fight any longer. But Wilson, he's going to heal a bit off the scrub camp. It could be an opportunity to go for a steal because of that pink ward or the play on Breezy. I think he just walks away.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky for Breezy. He doesn't have his flash, so it's going to be an all-in commit. He'll give his life for the cause. Wilson grabs the kill, but here comes Dardoch. He will devour with the Hound's Pursuit, looking for more as only 35 gets underneath the tower. It's a trade. Wilson for Breezy.
Yeah, but not just that. I like that call from Dardoch to stay, or rather to come back to this engagement as soon as he hit level 6. Only took one grub to do so, but it ended up securing a pretty successful play and getting Array a turret plate as well before the recall. And now he has his perfect chance to just go ahead and finish up the grub.
Oh, get out of there. Okay.
He knows.
A little bit of a bait from only 35. But Array will still stay in location for a little bit longer. He wants to make sure this first back is going to be meaningful, as well as providing Dardoch a little bit of extra protection here to clear out the grubs.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, good start to this game here for CCG. Winthrop, it seemed like they had a couple of looks, but it's not really working out for them. Again, kind of see that early power of the Varus, and especially what Array's been able to do with that extra gold he's earned so far.
And a lot of this is the counter-punching of CCG, just being so superb so far. We saw that from the bot lane play. Same thing with Dardoch going over to the top lane. You get a lot of that through experience and understanding when those windows of opportunity present themselves. Now, taking a look at this bot lane, Array was able to get his back in. That does finish a serrated Dirk, so you will get a little bit more punch coming out of these piercing arrows.
Yeah, it definitely feels good to have it this game because you have a lot of people who are trying to get on top of you. So having a build where you can stay as far away as possible, keep your opponents at arm's length, is a great feeling. Plus, no true tanks. I mean, only 35 is really the only one who would count, but he's also on support money. So I think a lot of value out of lethality this game because there's not going to be a lot of armor builds.
Yeah. You're going to have to position well on top of that because I'm still looking at Denethor. This is a big champion for him. So if Winthrop are going to find some advantages, if they can get Denethor a lead, that is a potential lane they can play from.
Very true. I mean, again, he's on a champion he's very comfortable on. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that happen. He's going to be really crucial alongside only 35 to be able to get onto someone like Array or Aojun. And speaking of, it's been interesting. Mid lane, been super quiet. I mean, this is what happens when you have two mages playing things out. But I think we have, we got a situation.
Yeah, Denethor's going to back off right here. He knows someone's waiting in the wings. Dardoch trying to come in. The axe is going through, waiting for another slow. Didn't get the reset with the last one, but here we go. Hound's Pursuit coming in. Denethor's dead, so Rights, and that is the third kill for Dardoch.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised. I guess he wanted to try and use the move speed from Camille's Q to juke Crimson a bit with that bush so he can create some distance, but I don't know. I think there was really just an angle for him to use the ult to dodge an axe and just buy time for his hook shot to come back up. But either way, flashes and dies for it. Feels really bad, but that attention will mean Winthrop can secure their first dragon here with the help of Sword.
Yeah, Beatdown, I'm checking our feed. It's just me and you in the room, right? I'm making sure, CCG weren't in there, because the moment I talked about Denethor, they're like, no, we got to kill this man. We can't have him being the carry. Oh, here we go. Dragon started up. Teleport now going to be channel. Here we go. Dardoch now looking for the kill. It's going to be secured by Wilson, but fight now breaking out as CCG look to bail. But there's the bullet time with the wilting lullaby. Dardoch takes a lot of damage, but still finds his escape. Dragon goes to Winthrop. CCG just barely survive.
Wow, so you still get some resources out of CCG for that one, which I think is a pretty big win as Winthrop. Props to Wilson for securing the smite and forcing a Dardoch to flash over the wall there. So there could be that opening in terms of vulnerability, perhaps later on. But it's tough because Dardoch, he's 3-0 on the Nefiri. He already has the Eclipse and has had it for a little bit already. So he's really strong right now. Unless you get a numbers advantage, I don't think Winthrop win a fight that he's in.
Yeah, nerf doesn't mean anything when you just get fed. Now this is terrifying. This is a situation you're going to have to deal with, because even Denethor, who is supposed to be one of your big answers to this Nefiri, is not going to be that effective against Dardoch and his 1v1 potential.
No, it's definitely going to be tough. We'll see. Denethor, I still think, has some opportunity to play that one out, especially with how mobile Camille is, how you can dodge spells when you cast that Hextech Ultimatum. There's definitely going to be a razor-thin margin for error, but Denethor, he's going to have some opportunities to play big this game.
So, as we hit the 11-minute mark, it is another spawning of Void Grubs. Coming late to the party is Winthrop University, only 35. Will spot this out if he does ward over the wall, but that control ward is still there. That should be Grubageddon for CCG.
And that's brutal. You don't feel strong enough to go for it, so it makes sense that Winthrop let it go. But I'm kind of surprised we don't see them try and overload maybe another lane, or at least send a few people bot lane to help Sword secure some plates. Getting something in return, I think, is going to feel pretty good, especially because if you, from this point forward, try to basically trade split pushing on the opposite sides of the map, I mean, 6 Grubs win every time. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Winthrop are looking to set up, because you need to trade, and you need to find your objectives on the map, otherwise it's just going to be a slow bleed, and CCG are going to take over. I mean, there is some potential from Sword, who has been farming up well, hasn't drawn too much attention. But CCG are already making plays, and they're looking for this top lane. Wilson going to respond in kind onto Dardoch. Dark and Daggers coming out and stabbing into Wilson. The rest of CCG are there, and you're seeing the Grubageddon do a lot of work onto this tower as it starts to decimate some of these plates. 4 members of CCG meeting the 3 of Winthrop in the top.
And it feels bad for Winthrop. They feel like their only recourse is to try and deny this push and slow it down a little bit. The problem is with 6 Grubs, I mean, CCG can keep wasting Winthrop's time, and they're still going to come out on top in the end, because every time a wave crashes, they're still going to be able to interact with this turret. Oh my god. That's
the scary part right there. Breezy, hair trigger on that headbutt pulverize, and there's a lot of damage on Array. He was able to finish his first lethality item, now working on his second. And he's cashing in quite a lot of those plates. So that Edge of Night will have company quite soon. So will Array as Winthrop choose to arrive on this top side. Denethor looking for the angle. Chain of Corruption goes out. It finds the backline. But Breezy will be the one to fall. Winthrop respond and get a kill in kind.
Kind of like the move there too from Winthrop. They shift Sword up mid lane so they can answer this next wave. It's tough though because it still took a lot of numbers for them to be able to do so. And look at what's going on bot lane. Now Crimson, he gets an easy time just auto-attacking this turret. And with his mid laner and jungler in the area as well, doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to stop him for cashing in on such a large amount of gold. If we could look bot lane too, yeah, like look at this. That turret had 5 plates before Crimson started hitting it.
Is almost going to grab another. He is going to get another. Okay, turret plating just fell off.
Oh,
Denethor looking for a fight. Onto Dardoch. Yes. Dardoch, half health remains. Wilson going for the angle. Wilson Lullaby going to come out. Ragnarok going to be popped and wailing away with those axes. Onto Wilson. Shutdown will be found. Wilson gets it. Now, Aljun will arrive. Teleports into the fray. Breezy on the back line. A kill returned. Crimson bringing the Viking in to take down Wilson.
Still, I think it's 1 for 1. Honestly, kind of the best you could hope for in that circumstance. Picking up Dardoch shutdown as well, I think is a big deal. The problem after though is that nobody else is responding to this wave here. That's going to be first Frick going over to CCG. Of course, they got the first 3 kills, so that's feats of warfare for them collected on top of this 3,000 gold lead they're sitting on.
Yeah, that's really nice. The Void Grubs paying a lot of dividends. Now look at this teleport over on the top side. They're looking for a flank onto Sword. Aljun has arrived, showing up on the Rive. You have Crimson on the opposite end. Yeah, Sword is dead to rights. He realizes this, so not even going to burn any summoners. He's just going to let himself be forfeit to Crimson.
Come on, hit the way. Oh, that feels so... I mean, he got the whole wave, but just missing the cannon. Like, you guys play League. You know what I'm talking about. That feels bad. But it's a right call. Nothing else for Wilson to do. Nice play from CCG. And Winthrop, their only recourse is to respond with a dragon. Problem is, it's a 3 versus 3. Only 35, though. Maybe that helps. Breezy's coming back.
It's not bad. You get away the engage, but you have to take it now.
Wow.
That's exactly what's done. Wilson will be able to claim it now. Teleport coming out as Crimson gets slammed against the wall, chasing down only 35, but has the angle onto the rest of Winthrop University. Dardoch follows through with the Darkened Daggers. Crimson running in. The root onto Denethor means he falls to the piercing arrow of Array.
Really nice for Wilson to be able to secure not 1, but 2 dragons in Dardoch's face. But it's tough. They weren't quite able to exit, so they do give away yet another kill in the back half. It still gives them a sort of win condition to play for. If they are able to actually secure a few more Drakes,
get out of there.
They have a soul to play with. Oh, goodbye.
Whew. Okay.
And that's just top 10 illegal maneuvers of all time. Like, mobility, come on, bro.
Yeah, you didn't have to lose your flash there. You have to be expecting that Breezy, this is his territory. He likes to graze in the enemy jungle and then tower dive you on a heartbeat. Herald now being pulled by CCG, only 35, has vision on what CCG are doing.
Yeah, vision and not a whole lot else. Now it's just back to farming. Yep, exactly. And speaking of farms too, overall, not too many differences. We see a bit of an experience dip here in mid and bot, but jungle is the most interesting thing. Dardoch, he's pulled a good bit ahead of Wilson. He's almost 2 levels up. And in the process, CCG take another turret. They secure Rift Herald. They got to do something. The problem is no one's giving them space.
They're late to these plays. Only 35 wants to get Aljun. Guess what? Aljun's already out. You were a whole 10 seconds late right there. And that's what this game has mostly been. It's Winthrop responding to a lot of what CCG are doing, but when you're responding, that doesn't mean you have the initiative. You're showing up late, and you're losing out.
And it's hard, too, because at this point, Winthrop being able to respond for something is going to require a disproportionate amount of numbers just because of how far behind they are in terms of gold and itemization, and even experience. So because of that, Winthrop at this point are just kind of slowly bleeding out unless they can get a big team fight win around a major objective where they kill enough people that they can actually secure a nice chunk of gold in their pocket. I think they're just going to slowly lose the game.
I mean, and that's what we're asking, right? To go away from the reactive play to the proactive play. You need to be the team that gets the first setup so you have this zone control and you can set up this monstrous 5v5 that you drafted for.
It's possible. There is value, especially with only 35 playing the Poppy. He not only can play interference with the steadfast presence, you have the Keeper's Verdict, can give you a brief numbers advantage. So I think being decisive with this kit that Winthrop are working with is going to be the way they win.
All right, here we go. Headbutt pulverized, damage onto Breezy. Breezy not burning the ultimate just yet, despite losing so much health. Gonna burn it very late. He's down to about a third, and this will give Winthrop positioning on the Dragon area, but it's still 2 minutes before it spawns. Not much to be fought over.
Yeah, the Breezy will get it back before any major objectives. So I think that's why he ends up blowing it at the end, just to preserve his life. And at the moment, CCG, not a whole lot they really need to fight for. They don't have to really do very much of anything except push waves, hit turrets when you have the angle. And so now they can just kind of hang back until Breezy gets his ultimate back.
Things are going to get worse for Winthrop University. Look at the build of Array. 2 lethality items picked up in both the Yamus and the Edge of Night. So that means he can just play back. He can keep doing those piercing arrows. And considering how the game has gone for a lot of these deep divers in Winthrop University, he's going to feel rather safe. Array's not going to have that much pressure onto him.
No. I don't think so. The spell shield helps, and the fact that it's really on only 35 and Denethor to try and get that far into the backline, and it's hard. Especially now with Winthrop being so strong, they drop this Herald, tier 2 turret's going to go down, and because of the grubs that they're working with, again, it's 6 grubs, it's so easy for them to just keep knocking down these turrets as they shift their advantage to the mid lane.
You're hoping for the Dream Wombo. That is pretty much it. That Wilson flashes in and gets the godly Wilting Lullaby that sets up the bullet time to clear out a 5v5. That is pretty much one of the only angles that you have in. It's a 5k lead, so it's not dead to rights just yet, but it's gonna get worse if Winthrop don't get their fight.
And speaking of, Sword's gonna get a fight, unfortunately. Oh,
Dark
nice
and
dodge.
Daggers gonna use the Realm Warp to get a little bit closer. Sword falls to Dardoch, who goes 4-1 and 2 on the Nefiri.
All right, Algin, we didn't have to do all that. I think we're flexing a little bit. Dardoch wins that 1v1 no matter what, but it does secure the kill quicker, and it does allow them to shift their attention elsewhere on the map, because now Dragon is spawning very, very shortly, and CCG, they recognize that we don't want to let a Winthrop get too close to a Dragon Soul. We're gonna kill their side laner on the top side, and we're just gonna leisurely stroll our way to take this Cloud Drake.
Feels like Aljun's just along for the ride. He's arriving, everyone's having a big fight at the end of it. It's like, hey, I'm here too, guys. What's up?
What's up? How we doing? How we living?
Oh, here we go. Flash coming out from Breezy. Will find the pick onto Wilson, followed by the Chain of Corruptions. Wilson looking for a way out of here, but the Ragnarok will not be stopped. Crimson will be able to get the assist. It's Breezy who gets the kill thanks to that Ignite.
And it's just been CCG running the map basically from minute 1 this game. I mean, Winthrop, they've had some good looks. They've had some plays go their way, but for the most part, ever since that first kill that Dardoch got in the 1v1 with Wilson, it feels like Winthrop University have largely been on the back foot.
And when you take out a jungler in the early game, sometimes you do cripple a lot of the early planning that a team is looking to do. We've heard from interviews that Wilson will shot call for a lot of these early stages, where Mobility will do the later stages. Both of them are struggling to find their footing in this game. When both your shot callers are down, that's when the mood starts to sour up a bit and gets a little bit harder to keep the morale up to find a comeback victory.
Yeah, hard to shot call from the gray screen, where Wilson in particular has been spending a lot of time this game compared to anybody else on the team. It's tough. I mean, some things to look forward to is that he's hit 2 items. Sword is about to do the same, and Mobility already has. Denethor already has. So this is a kind of moment of almost parity. I think it's really crucial if there's a 5v5 that Winthrop somehow kill Dardoch first. If they're able to take him out, maintain most of their resources, they very much can win a fight. But that's a really big if. Dardoch's level 14. He's the only person in the game at 3 items right now, not 2.
And the engage is supposed to be a wilting lullaby. You have to flash in to get into everyone, because Breezy's gonna punt you out if you get towards the squad. Now, here comes a fight on uneven ground right now. Ultimate will be used. Jumping in is Aljun. He will go golden to buy some time. Chain of Corruption goes out, 35, looking to flash out, still dies. Now Ragnarok being burnt away. Denethor looking to hop in. Crimson will fall. Bullet time goes out. Winthrop University, they're finding some angles back in. Erased by himself. But here comes Dardoch onto the back line by himself. Goes after Wilson, and the pack will claim another victim. Now Winthrop on retreat. Call of the pack going forward as Sword has to flash out. Another piercing arrow does not finish the job. Winthrop University barely able to survive the counterattack of CCG.
I mean, to their credit, they played that one out pretty nicely. CCG almost bite off more than they can chew, but it ends up being a 1-for-1. But Winthrop are the ones who have to walk with their tail between their legs, and CCG are going to be the ones to take the Otacon. We're seeing TPs come through. They want to try and stop it. These are low health bars, so this is actually a real angle for Winthrop.
Yeah, I think you bail this. Absolutely bail this if you're CCG. Otacon has been pretty much the #1 objective where we've been seeing so many games thrown. Aljun is trying to be the lone hero right now. That prolongs this. Chain of Corruption goes wide. Dardoch gonna jump on in. 4K health remains on the Otacon. Dardoch stepping up.
Look at Wilson.
Remains. They might just outright take it. Wilson waiting on the opposite end, waiting for that smoke to go through. He gets secured by Mobility, who grabs the Otacon. And now here comes Wilson on the flank, slammed against the wall. Only 35 finds 1 pick on Aljun. Denethor looking for more, but he bites off more than he can chew. Will have the GA thanks to the Otacon. Top lane tower falls, and Winthrop have finally found their counterpunch beat.
And nicely done from Winthrop University. I think CCG a little greedy to try and go for that Otacon and do that little bit of a dance, trying to ensure that they secure it. So Mobility being able to lock it down, giving Winthrop the GAs, now give them this opportunity to be able to get a little more aggressive, see if they can go for some plays that can get them a turret, get them more kills, because they have that extra time on the map in their favor.
And look at this quick response out of Dardoch. He realizes the map state at the current moment, so he goes after the scuttle on the bottom side because Dragon will be spawning soon. You'll have some permanent vision over there to try and stop the Dragon Soul. You have Baron that's coming up. You know the recall timers are now being actuated by Winthrop, so they will be coming back off the spawn. This is time for CCG to find their setup.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this one again. Dardoch, he did heal a good bit. Wow, just off doing the Otacon. Of course, the red buff is there, and he did some camps beforehand.
Ooh,
but yeah, it's the big deal
really
here.
early.
Wasn't able to secure this one, and the GAs immediately turned things around for Winthrop. Not only did they have health advantage, they had essentially a life advantage because of the Otacon.
That was a really early smite, too. Now here comes Headbutt Pulverize. They're finding Denethor. Denethor has a long way to go if he's going to get out of this. Aljun looking to lock him down, and Denethor falls. That's a big stutter from Winthrop University. Now CCG walking forward. 9k health remains. They will not take this Baron in time.
No, they won't, and that is brutal. Oh, they're caught.
Here we go. Aljun's in. Aljun still staying in there. Breezy does not get the headbutt pulverized the way he wanted. Chain of Corruption goes out, finds the root onto Sword. Sword gets chunked out by the piercing arrow. Dardoch with the W. Follow the pack, waiting for his angle. Crimson on the back line. Now we'll spot out only 35. Only 35 looking to chase him out. Baron stopped by CCG.
That was tough. I like the call there from Winthrop to see if they could force the Baron, and I like it even more that they back off as soon as they realize it is not happening. This is tough, though. CCG, while nowhere close to a Dragon Soul yet, they are going to keep stacking these Cloud Drakes. And for those who might not remember, each individual Drake does give you a good bit of move speed. I'm pretty sure most of it is out of combat, but it still matters a lot for champions like Nefiri, like Ryze, like Olaf, who are trying to get as close to you as possible before the fight starts. And if that soul actually comes through, I mean, do you remember what the soul does? 50% move speed when you ult. Olaf, ulting, getting speed towards you even faster. Just turn off the computer.
Yeah. The screen's going gray, and I'm not even going to struggle about it.
Yeah.
For this, though, I do want to point out something we've been seeing in a lot of CCG games is their ability to close out in the later stages of the game. That's where things seem to go awry. We saw that in the airport game. They couldn't close out a triple inhib game that they had in their favor. And now with this game, I mean, it's still firmly in their hands, but they're giving Winthrop windows of opportunity to come back.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. And
Here we go, Breezy, headbutt pulverized. They're looking for only 35 flashes out from the Chain of Corruption. Aljun, a chunk of damage on the mobility.
wow. Yeah, it's a tough game to be Misfortune, I think. Unless you're ulting, you're not going to be safe doing much auto attacking. But I want to bring back to the point you mentioned. It's true, CCG, while definitely being one of the better teams in the league, they do struggle at times to close things out. And it did cost them this series against their airport. Something I'm sure they're working on, but something for teams like Winthrop University to maybe exploit, because this game hasn't been, while CCG have been in the lead basically the whole time, it hasn't quite been as dominating as we'd expect, especially these last few minutes.
Things kind of flipped with the Otacon, and that's kind of a recurring theme in the NACL, man. I swear, some teams will allow other teams to start Otacon off of the fact that they know they're just going to blunder it.
I mean, Otacon...
It's a very high-risk objective to take.
Yeah, because it does a lot of damage. And as you say, that's where Winthrop got the turnaround. We'll see, though, in terms of map controls, CCG have been able to kind of fix their lane states and get things back in working order. And it gave them this opportunity to secure vision over this Baron. Right now, the side of the map is dark, except that one red ward that Breezy walked past. And other than that, only 35. He's really struggling to get a foothold here for his team because CCG are doing a good job keeping him out.
Only 35 will be caught out here. He doesn't have his flash this time, keep in mind, so the damage will land true. Array gets the kill and goes on a rampage.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I like the trap because you know they aren't sure about whether or not this Baron is being taken. They're only blue wards on the other side of the map, so someone has to face check, and unfortunately, only 35 is not tanky enough, and that's going to be the go button for CCG to start the Baron. They don't even know.
3k health remains. Wilson's going to be giga late to this. This is secured easily by CCG. So Winthrop oblivious to the objective being taken. Now CCG 7k in the lead. Baron in their pocket as we head into the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big way for CCG to start to close this one out. You have Baron. All it takes is one or two good fights from this point forward, and you're just going to be knocking on Winthrop University's nexus. At this point, If we want to look at potential avenues for Winthrop, I think it's been the same as it has been all game. Good space creation from only 35, good use of that Keeper's Verdict, and Denethor being able to try and find an angle to either take down Dardoch or Array because they are the most fed members of the CCG roster.
Here's an angle right here. Aojun will have to flash out to not get stunned. We'll find that, but he's only buying time. Will it be enough? Falls to Denethor. Here comes Crimson. Will pop that Ragnarok and chase down Denethor. Ultimatum used on the Viking. Now only 35. We'll find the angle. Wilting a lullaby goes out. Here comes the bullet time.
Really
and now it's time for Winthrop to fight their way back into it. Here we go. Dardoch on the back line will eviscerate mobility and take his jugular. Now only 35. Still fighting this out. Dardoch is alive and breathing. He's looking to be the bodyguard, looking to fight this in the name of CCG, but CCG are crumbling to the Throps as Dardoch goes on retreat. Winthrop University are fighting tooth and nail to make a comeback.
They're not only fighting, they're winning. Dardoch, it's only a matter of time before he goes down. And once he does, there's going to be an opportunity to secure that next Drake. They're going to be able to knock down some of these turrets. I say that, but I think Dardoch actually does get away.
Wow.
Either way, great fight from Winthrop University. I actually think they executed that one really nicely. And this is kind of the echoes of those potential fumbles we've seen from CCG in games past.
But look at this. Dardoch, even after that fight, puts pressure right onto the lane. It makes it hard for Winthrop to utilize the tempo that they just gained. And now, that was time spent not setting up for the Dragon. It will give CCG first touch.
Yeah, the nice thing is they did earn a lot of gold off the back of that fight. 4 kills to 1, shut down gold and everything like it. So it does give Winthrop actually a really good opportunity. And now mobility, he's almost at his 4th item. Sword's almost at his 3rd item. It's looking like he won't get there for this Dragon fight. But if Winthrop play this out like they did in the previous one, they can win. Aojun is flashless, Dardoch is flashless, Array is flashless. There are targets that you can isolate.
But again, Dardoch delaying those backs, putting pressure onto the map, it really did give CCG a lot. And what that amounts to is 3 Cloud Drakes, both teams now standing at Soul Point.
Yeah, 3 Cloud Drakes means a little something different as they gain a lot of move speed for this one. Really nice for Breezy as he's trying to flash over walls, trying to get these quick snap engages that we've seen from him so far this game.
Now another set of recalls coming in. Let's take a look at the itemization that's coming through from the squad so far, because I feel like we're getting more and more towards some critical points, especially I look over towards Sword and his Victor. That's where you're going to have a lot of this AoE damage and a lot of this carry potential start to shine through from Winthrop when they want to find these 5v5s. And right now, getting closer and closer to the 3rd item, now going to complete it, Zonia's Hourglass for Sword.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. A big part of what won that last fight for them is the Sword used the stasis from the Seeker's Arm Guard to prevent the reset coming through from Dardoch killing him. So the fact that the ult didn't end up coming back online gave Winthrop this opportunity to win it out. So there are still ways for Winthrop to come back in this one. It is still difficult for them, but again, I want to see them capitalize on the lack of flashes.
Breezy's always on that brush. You know that CCG will follow suit. Now with the ultimate being popped away, here comes the teleport. Crimson's on the deep flank. CCG hold the jungle.
The Keeper's Verdict, forcing Aojun away. Big tool that they won't have available, but they can use some of their ranged abilities on Winthrop, especially the Swirl Seed. I think Wilson's been really good with landing those. And with double burn items, now we're starting to see that damage become pretty annoying.
Dardoch still holding the line deep towards that brush that Breezy's been fighting over tooth and nail. Troll Ward will get taken away. We still got a little bit of time before we got more objectives on the map. Fighting for vision will be CCG in the meanwhile.
Yeah, not much else to really be contesting for. It's just about focus on this top side of the map because Baron's coming up in another minute. And while CCG actually weren't able to get much out of that Baron because they got aced almost by Winthrop University, there's another opportunity for them to secure it, the gold that comes with it, and that potential to more easily end the game. I think that's what they're looking for here right now.
I think one of the struggles that we're starting to see is the fact that Array has gone the poke build. Now, the poke build, once you get a lot of economy, man, that poke can really add up. But if you're not allowed the time to poke, that's when that build starts to struggle. Some of these fights have been very, very chaotic, to say the least, and it doesn't allow Array that setup time. And it's one thing that Winthrop University are at least finding some leverage in.
Yeah, and I think a couple of the last chain of corruptions did go wide. I think it's a really big opportunity for this poke virus to burst down a target. So crucial for CCG to be able to land spells like that. I still think they're doing a good job keeping this vision line on to Winthrop's red side jungle, and they're just making sure that Winthrop can't avoid the trap CCG want to set up. You can see how they're converging in this area.
And mobility being very risky right there. That could have been a chain of corruptions that burns out his flash. Be careful around these corners because CCG have been very adamant in fighting for vision over here. I think Breezy spent like 70% of his time on the game on just that little brush.
Yeah, and something too worth noticing is that we have 3 blue trinkets on the side of Winthrop. After what happened in that last Baron, where Denethor was the only one who had one, and he was on the other side of the map, so they couldn't check, and Baron got taken away. I think this makes it a little easier for them to kind of ascertain whether or not they're walking into a trap, Eric, because I think it's a really smart move from Winthrop just to make sure that they don't walk into the meat grinder that is CCG.
But I still really don't like the way that CCG are playing this. It goes back to that whole thing about them having issues finding ways to close out. Well, they might find a way to close out right now as here's going to be popped off. Here comes Chain Corruption looking to find only 35. Now Denethor fed to Aljun. CCG, they finally find a crack in the armor of Winthrop University and they capitalize.
I'm kind of surprised they're not just running straight to Baron. I guess it's important for them to secure the Dragon Soul. But this gives Winthrop an opportunity. They still have a lot of damage, so they recognize what's happening too.
All right, here we go. Only 35 is going to fall to Array. Still able to stay deep in there, but so is the rest of CCG. Now Wilson running on the opposite end as gets caught by the Hound's pursuit. A double kill by Array, and CCG wipe the floor with Winthrop.
And I think they wiped the floor with game 1. You're seeing the teleports go into that bottom side. The spawn timers are too long. And while it wasn't as clean as we want, CCG are going to close.
I don't know, man. I think they might be in our comms. I think they might be listening to us. Last time it was Denethor. This time it was just they need to close out. What do? They immediately start closing out. And
maybe
now
we should ask
CCG.
more.
Yeah, we got to ask for that more. It was a pretty long game. Oh, going towards that 38-minute mark, but CCG will take game number 1.
And they'll do so in, a shorter fashion than game 1 of their previous series, but still a bit of a longer game than we expect, considering, I think, how well they were running things in that early to mid game. I think some team fight oopsies in the form of not always hitting the same target is what hurt them the most this time around. And Winthrop, they almost turned that into something.
Yeah, it does seem like CCG have a hard time with their decision-making when it comes to the later stages of the game and how exactly to set up the map to find their next play, because it was that type of decision-making that gave Winthrop a chance to fight back. It was around the Otacon. Things went a little bit awry around there, and Winthrop University, they were able to fight back from that. Something that CCG will have to consider moving forward because you don't want to give those windows of opportunity. You want to make this a clean sweep. We're going to throw it over to a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, CCG versus Winthrop University.
I can do my Discord picture, like like I got one more in me, like I can do that.
Alright, that's it. That's all I got. Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to make the PogChamp face. It's sold, but here, I'll just do the PogChamp face if I can do it.
Favorite internet meme. I don't know. To make a heart, maybe. That's fine.
Oh, you know the meme that it's like wood, but just a period, where it's just like wood, and it's meaning like some things. I think that meme's pretty funny. Usually it's like a guy like being held back by a bunch of people, and he's just like wood. So I don't know how to recreate that, but I use that meme a lot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and Beatdown. Match number 1, Winthrop University versus CCG. A little bit of good looks from Winthrop, but ultimately CCG's game.
I was going to say, we almost saw something by Winthrop for a little bit, but it just wasn't really going to pan out. I think members like Dardoch were too fed and too strong with how the early game went.
Oh, yeah.
And I will say, I understand your criticism and how slowly they kind of played out that late game, but I partially this time feel it was necessary just because of the comp that CCG were running with. I think running into this Lilia Poppy Camille Core, I think, was a little dangerous considering some of the fights that went well for for Winthrop University. Excuse me. I think it's just them trying to be as cautious as they can to not give away the lead they had.
I mean, it's fair to judge. Don't show that thing again. I mean, it's fair to judge it into that regard, but again, you have to look at the opposite side of the coin as like you're still giving windows of opportunity, and Winthrop in this game were able to utilize them from time to time. The outcon was one of the biggest ones that stands out to me.
Right. And I think that was the beginning of what was almost a small bit of a turnaround. I mean, I think it was still a very difficult position Winthrop find themselves in, but I praise them for being able to turn around some of these key angles, for winning some of these fights. I think this fight actually ends up being a good example of a fight where we're not really all hitting the same person, and I think that's a bit of a problem here for CCG.
Now, I do want to say this is where my worries really start to come in for Winthrop University. Mobility's best champ on the season has been Misfortune. You just threw that out, didn't get a win with it. Denethor, one of his legendary champions that we've heard in the Tier 3 space for the longest time, that was his Camille. Pulled it out, did not get a win with it. So a lot of these big comfort champs that Winthrop love to get dubs on, it didn't work out this time, Beatdown.
And now after drafting some of their best champions and losing, they're going into Game 2 facing down a potential loss in the series. On top of the ones that they've already gotten, and they are in a bit of a difficult position. It is going to be interesting to see how they draft going forward, and seeing if they can cook up a strategy that will help them beat CCG.
Yeah, I think the big question is, like, where is that going to come from? It's a tricky question to answer. I do like how active Wilson has been on the field. For Winthrop University, he does have 80% kill participation coming into today, so he has been a big enabler for a lot of these plays. But who are you enabling? That's what I want to see. I want to see one of those lanes actually run with that, with any leads that's given to them.
It's difficult too, because what I usually think teams should do in these scenarios is just draft simple, like scaling team fight, front to back comps. Just keep
Sword
it simple.
plays with that well too.
He does. But the problem is that in past games they've lost, even running comps like that.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's where it does get tricky, because now you're running out of ammo, basically, to utilize into this series. So we're going to have to see some pretty creative punches coming out of Winthrop. Off of that note, we do want to give a shout out to our socials. You got to check them out, man. Go to our socials, watch NACL. We're live on both Twitch and YouTube. I believe we have a big Vietnamese community in the YouTube chat. Which
every time I'm looking at YouTube,
So shout out to them as well. But yeah, go ahead, follow our socials to stay up to date with everything that's going on here in NACL. But back to that question, Beatdown, back to the conversation of Winthrop University. What do you think is going to be the next big angle for them going forward into the CCG game, considering they should be swapping sides? I believe blue side for Winthrop now, correct?
Yeah, we don't know, but that tends to be what teams do. Okay. I think a lot of teams prefer blue side. We did get word that is correct, so yeah. It'll be interesting. Again, my expectation will be that we see them kind of leaning more towards a sort of front to back scaling team fighting composition. But I said it before, they've even struggled on that style so far this split. So at this point, I think they should just play whatever is comfortable for them to try and get themselves back into the series, take us to a Game 3. So whether that's team fighting front to back, whether that's everybody plays their top solo queue champion, at this point, just do it.
And we'll see what Winthrop have left in the tank to try and take this. Again, they will be on blue side, so that'll give them that first pick priority. Trying to think of champions that Winthrop can really look to utilize. What we've seen in the past, if it's not the Misfortune, Mobility has been pretty good on the Ashe, which does act for more map play. Could provide something decent in the wheelhouse of like a front to back where you get sword on a more solid control mage in the mid lane. I'll be looking for something around those lines at least. As you said, both with the comfort and something that's easier to execute.
So interesting, we're going to see the Mundo taken away this time around. No attention paid toward it earlier in the series, but it's still a pretty good pick. I do find that one interesting. I wonder if it's because, I wonder if it was set up for a early pick Jace. for Denethor. I know Scion's traditionally the answer, but I think Mundo kind of fits that bill well enough. So we'll see what Winthrop are actually going to be able to secure themselves. I was going to say Ambessa, but I guess we should just wait until all the bans come through.
Yeah, we got to give it a little bit of time, you know? Never know. You start talking about hovers and whatnot, and then you end up making yourself look like a fool in the middle of this all. Just speaking of my own pain at the moment. I'll say a champion. I'll say a champion. Okay,
All right,
Gwen's
pick one,
already
go.
banned. Vi. Vi comes to mind.
Oh, sure. Vi, Talia. I think both Sword and Aljun play Talia, so that could be a fun one. Oh, first pick. Eric, Go. Look at you. What's coming next? Tell me.
No. This is like, I get this moment once every 5 years, man. So I'm just gonna bask in it, bro.
All right. It'll be interesting. I mean, there's an angle for CCG to take away Talia. I think immediately just to deny a really strong combo, make Sword go on to something more like the Ahri. It's going to be the Callista. I mean, we know Array is a Callista lover. Immediately going to run into this Callista Renata bot lane, so fair enough.
Oh, and we're looking to match the aggression down here. Okay, I like what's going on. Because every time I see Callista Renata, which it's been a while since we've gotten this pairing, it's one of the most aggressive pairings that you have to go against. So we're kind of just matching the energy here when we lock into Lucian Melio.
Yeah, it is quite strong in lane, but I think the power of that one is in the scaling. So if mobility and only 35 make it to the late game, really good for them.
Yeah.
They'll be able to, as long as they pilot this spot combination correctly, they'll be able to definitely outscale the Callista and the Renata. It's just about keeping up. Only tough thing is, CCG likely going to just ban Talia straight away, or maybe set up to take it for themselves on R4. Either way, I think they're likely not going to allow that to go into Sword's hands. So you do lose out on that really powerful combo.
Yeah, that'd be...
Oh, they banned... yeah, because they knew they would probably take it, yeah.
So you got to take away the Talia. What else really works out here that Sword plays that you can take into this matchup? I'm thinking Ahri is one that stands out to me.
If I'm a Winthrop fan, I hope they ban something like Ahri. Azir is fine too, and I hope Winthrop pick like Orianna. Sword is really good on the champion. I think it actually sets you up for a really good combo we don't see as often, but Vi goes into a big group of people. Shockwave, definitely something there. Or if Array is really like the biggest carry threat, you just throw all that on his head and see what he can do.
It's a good point to bring up because when you play Callista is very short range. So Shockwave stands a good chance of being able to catch that Callista as well. That's a good call out, and it's definitely within the wheelhouse of Sword to be able to play. Final ban coming out will be Hui. Take away that artillery mage. Now it's up to CCG. Take their first pick in round 2.
Yeah, gotta imagine they're gonna give Crimson that last pick there on R5, since we know it's probably just gonna be a mage matchup. Unless, I mean, maybe, okay, Aurora works, I guess. I was honestly thinking of Syndra, but it does give you that opportunity to basically go for a lot of burst damage that I think CCG's comp is kind of geared towards.
Last time he did play it wasn't the most fortunate of games. I'm going to throw that out of my mind, though, because it was against Dark Zero, so... And when you're going against the best in the team...
Not many games against them are unfortunate, yeah.
So, interesting pick to see, especially given that we already have the melee jungle pick, so this can be very, very aggressive when it comes to these skirmishes for CCG. But now the response is to steal away some ultimates with the Sylas.
I mean, I like some of the ults on the other side. I'm not as thrilled about this because you still kind of fit this dive buddy paradigm that goes really well with Vi, especially if that Jax does get locked in. But I don't know. I was kind of hoping for something like the Orianna just to give you more of a wombo combo. But maybe whatever Crimson picks top lane will make Sylas just seem that much better.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the ultimates that are good right now. I mean, Xin Zhao's a decent one.
Oh,
the
yeah,
Renata one can't stand out. Gragas would be an excellent ultimate to have. I'd be pretty happy with that one, especially considering, again, I talked about that short-range Callista would be an easy barrel to find. But no, the hover is going the other way around. They're keeping that deeply in mind as they lock in Cassante.
One thing I will say about the Sylas that I think is interesting, when Callista's on the other team, you also get access to that Black Spear. And there's an angle for him to put it onto the jungler, onto Wilson, onto Denethor, which I think could present some unique opportunities when he does steal that Fate's Call. So, you know, there's definitely something Sword can be able to accomplish on this matchup, even though it wasn't like my favorite pick.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. You know, you can have a Denethor start the Counter-Strike and just throw him in.
Yeah, how funny would that be? Yeah. Honestly, I think the channel is a little too long, but I like the vision.
Okay, I don't think you have the best ultimate choice from Silas, but it's still not a bad composition altogether, given the way things should play out in the mid game. That's when we should start to see this composition online, playing towards the side lanes and having a decent chance with the skirmish, especially if you can get the first pick with Wilson on his Vi.
Yeah, and an immediate standout to me is only 35, kind of in a similar position to when he was playing Poppy in Game 1. Just like Milio, you're also trying to play keep away. You really need to get big value out of that. Yeah, exactly. The nope, if you play Exploding Kittens or the Ultra Mega Fire Kick when we're talking League of Legends, just to be able to deny some of the engage, create space for carries like the Lucian. So I think that's going to be really important for him, especially when you look at Casante's trying to jump in there, Xin is trying to jump in there, even Aurora to some capacity.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions that can get deep behind that backline. I mean, between worlds, just pop it and you walk backwards. Now you're in there. If you want to get out, you just walk backwards once again. So there's plenty of deep dive that you have with this squad. I definitely like that for CCG. I want to see them come out the gates really swinging, especially in the bottom lane, given this Kalista Renata pairing. I think that's going to be the most explosive lane that we should have in the early settings of this game.
Yeah, again, really crucial for CCG to hit the round running, kind of as you were saying, because this is a bot lane that we know they're very comfortable on with Array and Breezy. Kalista is something he's really good at, and if they run this bottom lane like we've seen in games past, that is their way to victory.
So game number 2 now ready to hit the rift. Winthrop University backs against the wall versus CCG. Currently at match point. A lot of skirmishing going on with these drafts beat down. A lot of early aggression drafted in. A lot of volatility waiting to hit the rift.
Yeah, and another point too, I feel bad because I feel like we've been putting a lot of pressure on only 35 this series, but it's kind of the drafting situation that his team puts him in, is the fact that not only is he trying to play keep away with that Ultra Mega Fire Kick, his ult also just directly counters Breezy's. So his life is so important in these team fights to be able to nullify some of CCG's engage, to nullify a really key team fighting ultimate there in the hostile takeover. So, hey, only 35, I didn't do this to you. Your team did this to you, but I hope you do well.
They keep forcing him into, like, I don't know, call and response situations.
Yeah.
Like Breezy calls with the headbutt. My response is steadfast presence.
Yeah, exactly. And this time it's soccer ball kick. Oh my god. You got one?
Got fishing.
It's so funny, like, I didn't know about this until, like, early last year.
What is it? You get a gold piece for it or something like that?
You literally get gold. I don't remember who we saw do it. I'm sure one of the casters remembers, but literally, there was a top laner who got, like, 6 gold in a row, which is just, like, absurd.
We're going to need replays for that. Production team. We're not going to have action right now. Go ahead. Just slip it in. I want to see how much gold you get. Is it really just 1 gold every time you pull it up?
Yeah, every time you pull one, you get 1 gold. See, you could they toggled the gold too. He is 1 ahead of Crimson.
It reminds me of some of the quirkier interactions we used to have, like what was it? Champions that have sunglasses would take 1 less damage from Leona.
Wait, that's amazing. I feel like someone told me that once, but I forgot. That's pretty funny.
I'm not sure if it's still a thing, but I remember the commando skins. That was the effective one you would use.
I like stuff like that. It's funny. This game, interesting thing, is that we don't have 2 farming junglers this time around, so you got to imagine there's going to be way more action, even if it hasn't started yet. That'll be cool. You like action, right, Eric?
I like action.
Yeah, you're an action guy.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
I wish I could just have a Michael Bay movie that was nothing but the explosions.
I would love to watch you commentate that.
Just saying the word explosion as loud as humanly possible repeatedly.
Hey, you got to do it in like your metal voice too.
Explosion!
Perfect. I literally couldn't have asked for a better one.
I'll keep that voice locked and loaded for when these junglers decide to actually do throwdown. Which I mean,
you're gonna
hey,
say from Michael Bay calls it too.
when Michael Bay calls me too, but hey, that might be the case because they are both pathing downwards.
That is true. There could be a bit of an altercation here on the bot side. And so far, mobility only 35, getting a pretty big advantage so far. And only 35, he's feeling good about this one. Yeah, you got no flash headbutt this time, Breezy.
Yeah.
What's up?
I got a soccer ball and a grudge. And a Vi in the back pocket as well, because that's where Wilson's ending the route. Scuttlecrab's getting taken at the meanwhile. Dardoch will be right on top of that. So Wilson late to the party. This allows Dardoch to just go right across the lane. There's priority for Aljun and double scuttle.
I mean, Dardoch's here, so it's fine, but...
They're really trying to do the bait.
Yeah.
No fishing this time, no gold. Nah.
No, I will say... No, you can't stop the back. I will say this matchup is pretty hard for Silas. Another reason why I was a little skeptical of Sword playing this one. You can already see Aljun's been able to get a pretty decent lane advantage. But if Sword can hold his own, he will still be able to have a lot of value later on. I think that's what they're hoping for on the side of Winthrop University.
Yeah, and Aurora is a tricky champion to have to pin down, and when you're going into the melee versus range matchup, there's always that natural situation you have to deal with getting out poked and harassed a bit every time you try and walk up to farm. So, early stages should belong to Aljun to that regard. Now looking over in the top lane, speaking of leads, you do have a slight lead coming out of Denethor. The Sword will find one angle to start bringing the clobberings over to Aljun. Other angles in the bottom lane as Mobility fighting it out. That's a lot of spears that are starting to root in,
nice
and there's
pull.
the pullback. Will not get the rend for the kill. Was used a little bit early. 200 health remains on Mobility.
He does have barrier to play with though, so maybe there's an angle for something to go through. The other thing too, oh no.
Oh, Sword. He does have the Vi in the back pocket. Here we go. Able to come in. We'll get the Vault Breaker. Dardoch's taking a lot of damage, but returning damage in the process. First blood picked up by Aljun.
Oh, that's brutal. I feel like we should just press tab in these moments because Wilson may have 2 longswords now, but at that fight he only had 1 and the Ruby Crystal. Dardoch came to this fight with 3 longswords, and you know 3 is bigger than 1. We don't really have to get into that, and that's an unfortunate fumble there from Winthrop.
Got 1 in his left hand, 1 in his right hand. He's hopping on 1 foot to hold the other.
Yeah,
a lot of longswords.
One in his mouth. One in his mouth.
One in his mouth. Okay, yeah, got to do the One Piece. What's
yeah,
his name? Zoro.
There you go, Zoro. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I know I'll get a little bit of hate for this, but I have not dived too deeply into One Piece.
I love One Piece, and it's long as hell. So like, I don't blame you. I think the flash was probably the most unfortunate part there from Wilson. Maybe he was expecting the response flash, or maybe he was going for that buy tech. If you flash at the right time of your Q channel, you can kind of hook them, so it would bring Aljun a little closer. But mechanics did not quite succeed him there.
The only other thing I could think of was he didn't think the Q was gonna land and just kind of flashed a little bit.
Could be.
I don't know. Not something to ponder too much on.
Very true.
We look at the continued pathing from Dardoch. We already said earlier he got double scuttle. He's gonna grab himself another scuttle over on this bottom side. First dragon was picked up by CCG earlier. We'll have 4 minutes before that mountain drake comes back up. Dardoch now just doing a little bit of invasions on this counter jungling. All the meanwhile, we do have a lane swap over on the top side.
And off-screen, Winthrop did get the opportunity to secure 3 grubs. So that's something that they're able to get that they couldn't in game 1. So there is a chance to either try and play for Grubageddon or sacrifice that next spawn of grubs for maybe a dragon if the timing's right, some turret damage. We'll just have to see where the map is.
You know, one thing I found super interesting, Beat, I don't know if you saw it, but there was the statistics about grubs in the LCK.
I did see that.
I love that when you get to 5 grubs, it's a 77% win rate. The moment you get 6, it falls off to 20%.
Because the LCK is a little different than
it's planned. It's a strategic choice.
Yeah, you let it go because it doesn't matter. You'll be stronger later. You take more. There's a lot of different reasons. Oh,
I feel like Six Scrubs here is a very different story than LCK.
I would agree. And you know what would be so great if Wilson had Flash. But he doesn't, so he's going to have to call that one off. The nice thing, or not the nice thing, but the thing that Mobility kind of went for this game, he went for Barrier instead of Cleanse like we usually see against lanes like the Renata. And I think that does make him a little more susceptible to the hostile takeover, to the handshake. Adds even more pressure for his team to kind of space for him.
Aojun might be taking the bait in the mid lane. Wilson is waiting in the wings. That chooses to back off. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a
That's too
1v1. I don't think Aojun would lose that, so he's just gonna walk away. And again, this is kind of like the downside of Sword being on the Sylas instead of like an Orianna or Talia or something like that. You don't have that kind of guaranteed play paired up with the Vi. You sacrifice that in lieu of a little more value later on.
The Sylas choice was definitely interesting, given
Yeah.
the state of the game that it was picked.
Yeah.
Typically, you're like lining up ultimates, and you're like, oh, yeah, I like each and every one of those. That's when I take the Sylas. It's a little less juicy in this context, as Aojun will just hop over the wall from Wilson.
Yeah, I wondered if there was an angle for him to try and time the cease and desist, but I think the animation for W is a little too short. So he's just going to be able to walk away from that one. Actually, it's going to get him to walk bot lane. We're kind of back to a chill lane state. And there isn't really a whole lot else to set up for, except for, oh, the kill? Oh, it's not.
This is Jumpy Boy.
Denethor, he didn't have his ult, so I wondered if Crimson was feeling himself a little bit, wanted to go all out. But he decided not to.
I mean, this is one of those lanes where on paper, you do really want to see it because of the potential volatility there. Unfortunately, it's Cassante this time around, so we are going to wait around a little bit before we get towards those later stages. Same thing being on the Jax. I mean, if you are able to get a good lane going, get some side laning going in your favor, Jax is one of the most menacing champions to have to deal with, because not only is he in the side lanes taking your towers, he also is just bonking, making that sound over and over and over. You have to listen to it while you watch your towers go down.
Yeah, he sure is. Now I'm curious too, Winthrop, actually it looks like they do want to try and make a play here for these Grubs. I really thought they would be a trade for Dragon setup.
Yeah.
Because I think this is kind of hard for them at this stage of the game. But I guess they want to go for it. Maybe Wilson will smite one away and walk away. I don't know. I really hope we're not diving Crimson. That's insane.
I mean, at least getting 5 would be okay over the fact that you do have a Jax. Like, you do want to do some side lane play. All right, here we go. Season assist going to land on Ray, gets followed through by Sword. They're looking to take him down, but he hops right on out. The follow-through found by Denethor, however, is able to get the counter-strike. Will get the stun, but the follow-through from Sword will be found clutch. Now over the wall comes Wilson with the Vault Breaker, lands it onto Dardoch, but Dardoch turns it around in a heartbeat. Now the fight continues. Mobility fighting for his life. Wind becomes lightning and Mobility becomes dead as Wilson runs away from Aojun, but he's on the wrong side of the map, and Aojun is about to get a free mill. Oh no, Vault Breaker. Will it be an execute? Finally gets blasted, and Wilson gets the mercy killing. It's an execute as the fight belongs to CCG.
Yeah, that just wasn't the angle I was expecting. Winthrop didn't have a good setup to go for that fight. They just weren't as strong on the map at the moment, and there really was an opportunity for them to hit that bottom tier 1 turret to set up for this dragon that was spawning at this exact moment in the cliff. But instead they go in. I think it looked like the ultimate there from only 35 came in kind of late, so there was a good few seconds of value from that hostile takeover. All of that together put this position where CCG, they win the fight and with very few casualties.
The amount of time it took Winthrop to take down Array was very, very concerning for that fight. They threw the kitchen sink at Array, and he was still able to hop out and get damage done in that fight. That's going to bode very, very poorly for Winthrop as this gets deeper and deeper into it. Those kills now belonging to them will give them a 2K lead in favor of CCG.
Yeah, and they're in a pretty good spot. I mean, we saw in that last fight the value of Dardoch's early game successes. He already had the Thunder Sky going, so was able to heal and sustain a lot in that fight. In Aojun, he also had completed the Rod of Ages. That's been stacking, and getting that at around 10 minutes is huge because you're going to get that spike at 20 minutes time. It's going to make him that much stronger and that much more dangerous to Winthrop's backline.
And now June, this is his rookie split, man. He's got some pretty good talent all around him, and I gotta give him credit where credit's due. He's actually putting on performances that show that he belongs in the squad and that he can keep up with a lot of these heavy-hitting mid laners in NACL, all in his rookie split as well, which is very commendable. Rao June, as only 35, forced to burn the ultimate to get away from the Renata.
It feels really bad to have to use that just to block a handshake from Renata, but it is what it is. Completely agree on Ao Jun, by the way. We had a handful of rookies in the mid lane. Oh, gotta hold that.
Here we go, hostile takeover coming out. Will land onto 2. Ball breaker doesn't find the money. The calling only chipping away. Dardoch has shown up, and things will go even.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really that they'll be able to do with only 35 ult down, so I like the call for mobility to drop a little more, see if they can get something else. Doesn't pan out, and with Rift Herald spawning very shortly, you gotta imagine that's just gonna be an easy pickup for CCG. Again, fighting, I think without only 35's ult is kind of difficult.
It's a lot of vision.
See. Yeah, they know where Wilson is, so I think it's fine. Wilson, the only thing he has up, but it does give that kind of triangle of vision to make sure CCG know that they can just go set up for this Herald.
All right, we got a little bit of time. Glaze out June, quick.
Okay, I agree with your statement. He is actually really good. We have a couple rookie mids. I think so far he's been the best one by a good distance. I think he lanes well. I think he team fights pretty well. I think the only mistakes I've seen from him so far is overextending inside lane, dying when he really doesn't need to. And I think in CCG's most previous series, that was the most prevalent. But otherwise, for rookie, very happy with what I've seen from him.
Most definitely. He's been following up with a lot of the rookies we've been seeing across the years in NACL, from Toasty Alex, Shochi. A lot of these NACL mids have just established their own identity and really made a name for themselves. I think Ao Jun following a very similar road. I give all the respect there.
Yeah, and weeks ago he had told me when I messaged him for the first match I covered for this team, he told me that his goal is to be more than just an average player in the league. He saw Pole Belter as a challenge that he could overcome just so that he could keep growing and being better. And that is a great mentality to see from rookies in this league, especially ones who are performing so well. Having that motivation really makes you feel good thinking about what this kid's future might be.
As we look at the map state, a lot of pings are coming out. Setup will be towards this top side. Rift Herald spawning quite soon. Turret does go down in the bottom lane. Crimson will get some alone time and some gold to himself as Rift Herald hits the map.
And then we got word with Rift Herald has just spawned at this moment. And CCG, they've shifted all their attention and focus on vision on the top side as well. So it should be pretty easy for them to just go ahead and start that one up. I mean, you're still behind in stats as Winthrop University, so fighting for an objective, not ideal for them. I'm kind of wanting to see them try and trade elsewhere, see if they can get some turrets knocked down, but instead, they show up to a party they weren't invited to too late.
It's the late responses once again. They spent more time taking out some of the vision, looking for their setup, and by then, CCG were already done with the Rift Herald, so we'll get a big chunk of change to themselves as the fight breaks out over towards the top side. Sword versus Ao Jun. Does seem like the attention of CCG will be onto this tower. Wind becomes lightning, and Sword has been found. He will go down quite soon as Dardoch continues to chase. So does Ao Jun. Sword puts a little bit of distance there with the flash, and able to just barely survive. Same can't be said for his turret.
Right, and okay, good. I was afraid he was going to get in. Rift Herald is going to come through, charge as well. Nobody's going to be able to stop it. That's half of this turret's life gone to the wayside. CCG, that's another opportunity for them to collect more gold next time they're on that side.
4.3k in the lead. Looking at some of these matchups in the lane, Crimson 30 CS ahead of his lane opponent. Massive CS lead over with Dardoch as well, somewhere in the same vicinity. And this top side, very, very strong for CCG as they almost catch out mobility.
Ooh. And since you mentioned that too, looking at mobility, he's the only one who's been keeping pace so far, keeping up with Array in terms of farm, itemization. So there really is a lot of pressure on his shoulders, kind of like we established in draft when we saw this Lucian Milio come through. It scales really nicely. It is a strong pairing that Winthrop could leverage into a win here.
Oh, here we go. Cease and desist. Gonna find it right onto the Callisto. Flash out from Array. Hostile takeover goes out. Not gonna find too much there as Crimson comes in with the all out. Now front to back. Here we go with CCG. They find one pick. Sword falls and Winthrop with their tail tucked between their legs retreat.
And what does that mean? Another dragon here. Now it's soul point for CCG after a very successful team fight. One Winthrop really were hoping to avoid. They wanted to push numbers advantage. They wanted to get a quick kill and leave, but it backfires and they lose their mid laner in the process. Nothing is working out for them this game, and CCG continue to pull further ahead.
It is all collapsing in these early stages. Winthrop have a team that is looking to skirmish at this stage of the game right now. Their champion should be coming online around this stage of the game, and it's just not happening. CCG have been playing the map a lot better. Winthrop still looking to get some of that economy back online for them. They do have some scaling they can play around with. Unfortunately, mobility wasn't there for that tower take, so he will not be receiving some of that gold, and continuing this push is CCG.
I mean, to be fair, the rest of the team needs the gold, not really mobility. I think he's doing okay. And we're finally seeing Winthrop trade across the map. I'm really happy. So better late than never, because it does get them some gold in exchange for the dragon that they lost, and the hope is they can turn that into a skirmish, a team fight win, but I don't really actually think they're there right now. Mobility needs to be at 2 items. I think Winthrop need a better angle than a straight up 5v5, because we've already seen more than one time that that's just not going to work.
Now some of the recalls coming out from CCG. These timers all around the Otacon that's just spawned right now over on the north side of the map. Be careful around that. Could be a bait. Array gets taken down by mobility. Very snappy on the pick.
Yeah, really nicely done. Again, the only player on Winthrop who's keeping pace right now. And a player we looked to at the beginning of the series to maybe have that big impact to lead to a win. This is a player who years ago we first saw in this league subbing for EGC. And despite Winthrop's struggles over the last couple of years, mobility himself has shown some growth since then. And seeing him improve and start the NACL in his own right has been nice.
I mean, it's not his rookie season, but it almost feels like it in a way, considering he's never been a starter on a squad, but he's played so many games in Tier 2. You already mentioned EG. There was 6 games he played for AoE. He managed a 6.1 KDA, was one of the better farmers on that team as well. So mobility's got it in him, man. He's got that dog in him. He's got that ability to bring the fight.
He's got that dedication, that's for sure. I think there was a time where he was considering swapping to support as well. As we know that is, I'm pretty sure. I feel like there was either a brief time that he did it or he was thinking about doing it. But he stuck to 80 carry. And he's here in Challenge League.
I mean, some of that does make sense off of the fact that he is like one of the primary shot callers for Winthrop. And usually I want my shot caller in the either the jungle or the support role, someone who's looking a little bit more macro oriented.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Do we have a fight? No, we don't have a fight. You can see, like, the fact that mobility and only 35 trade up like that, it's just how powerful this combination is. And again, that's that potential path to victory here. If mobility can just keep firing off shots, if only 35 can keep buffing him up, it's possible.
Ray also has to be careful with that hubris. It felt like an ego of a situation that got him caught earlier in the mid lane. Now Dardoch all by his lonesome. Breezy fighting out in mid lane. All the meanwhile, now Dardoch fighting out with Sword. Ao Jun is going to be able to join, but a little bit too late to save Array. Already one pick coming out from Winthrop University. Between Worlds going to be used by Ao Jun. Here comes Crimson with the all out. Looking for Wilson. Hops right over that wall and will claim him. Only 35 alongside Denethor. Denethor getting pulled in by the Q3 of Crimson. The trade now complete. Array for Wilson, 1 for 1.
1 for 1, still a good look here for Winthrop University. It is nice for seeing the damage that mobility is capable of. It's tough though, even though you see him index into the Lord Dominic's Regard second, which I think is a good call with the amount of tanks CCG are working with. But it's still hard to cut through someone like Crimson and Dardoch in this game here. So it's hard. You want these fights to go long for mobility so he can get as much damage off as possible and whittle them down, but the rest of Winthrop can't keep up in long fights.
Sorry, very quirky recall animation right there. It's the first time I actually saw that one. Getting back onto the topic you're talking about, to continue to that, Array, we're seeing what happens when this short-range champion is met with outright aggression from Winthrop University. He gets collapsed on. Wilson gets the cease and desist on the short-range Callista, and the Callista is then gone. This is something CCG have to keep in mind when they position for these fights, because they can't keep that happening.
Yeah, it's tough. We have 2 items coming through from Sword. It's going to be easier for him to have an impact this time around, but CCG have that first look. Maybe they can. Breezy's only just now getting his ult, and Sword has stolen it away. So there is an angle for this hostile takeover to come out, but they're waiting for only 35 ult to come back. Then I think Winthrop can do this.
Aojun will teleport back after taking a little bit of harassment. Still waiting for that hostile takeover. Now Winthrop pushing forward. Look for Breezy to throw it down. In position, 5 strong is Winthrop University. 9k health remains. Between Worlds going to be used. Lock up some of the members of Winthrop. They back out and away, and now look to counter onto Crimson. A lot of damage on the Crimson. Here comes hostile takeover. Only going to land on the one. Now looking to back out is Denethor over on the sidelines, looking for the flank. Will pop the ultimate. Now the collapse onto Array. They'll use the bailout, but he's not going to find the kill. He gets it in time. Array survives, and Winthrop are getting destroyed. The blast plan used in CCG clutch out.
We gotta shout out Dardoch for breaking up the fight like that, making it his sole purpose to take mobility out of the picture. The only hope for Winthrop in this game too, and it's down at the end of a spear.
I want to see that replay as fast as possible. Were you watching Array during that? He got picked out so fast, had the bailout put on him. Somehow he survives. This was a very clutch fight from CCG.
Yeah, a big one too. That was one of the best moments Winthrop were gonna have, and now it's over because not only did they lose out and increase the gold lead CCG are working with, now CCG already have Mountain Soul. This Cassante is going to be impossible to kill. This Zin is going to be impossible to kill. And you made Mobility's job, which was already hard, 10 times harder. Wilson,
make that 11 times now as Wilson by himself going to get caught out by 2 big bullies in the jungle. Oh, it's going to be 12 times, yep. All out going to be used. Solon by Sword. Okay, 11 times.
Okay, we're back to 11. So, you know, that's something. But right now, CCG, I think they're going to put it up to 15 with this Baron being the next target for them. And nothing Winthrop are going to be able to do about it here. I mean, Aojun going to be able to use the W to get away from that Cully. There's just no recourse for Winthrop. They either don't know or they're just checked out.
There's no pings whatsoever. This is so simply taken by CCG. They just make the call and they claim it. It belongs to them. Baron over to CCG, and they'll turn it right over to Atacon.
I mean, of course, you can. Like, what are Winthrop going to do to you at this point? You have so much gold.
You're going to do shoot me?
Too. Yeah. Except this isn't where they shot it.
All right, well, Atacon now picked up by CCG alongside the Baron, alongside the Dragon Soul, alongside what is looking to be an impending 2-0.
More than impending, I will say. As it's only a matter of time, a matter of a few minutes before CCG are able to turn this one down.
Well, that's literally what impending means.
But there's a better word, I'm sure.
Okay.
You should Google the word incipient, and then come talk to me. In fact, Google it right now. I'll keep talking, and then we'll see what's what.
I'm the math guy. I'm the math guy.
This is English!
Yeah, I'm the math guy.
Whatever.
What's English? I don't know the language.
Yeah, careful.
All right, setup coming out from CCG, focused on the bot lane, as well as this bottom quadrant of the red side jungle. CCG holding down as they look to take more towers on this siege.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty easy for them to take down. Ray's just going to be hopping away, chucking spears at any structure he can find. What's going on, Eric? Are you okay? Is there something you want to talk about?
No, nothing at all. No, you just got me good with that last little bit. A tower in the mid lane has fallen. We're going for an inhibitor's tower beat.
Yeah, man, we laugh so we don't cry, Eric, and I think Winthrop are on the verge of tears at the moment because you got 2 waves of baroned up minions coming through. You have the ever-present CCG and their 10k gold lead storming the base, and I think they're just going to push the end right now.
I mean, the wall was held for a little bit by Winthrop, but ultimately, once that door gets cracked open, it's kicked down by CCG. Inhibitor down in the bottom lane. Tower falling in the mid lane. We're gonna have a second inhibitor. Stop it, Pete. We're gonna have a second inhibitor. We're serious gamers here, man.
Okay.
Second inhibitor falling in the mid lane. Winthrop, here's the last stand. Death is knocking at your door.
Yeah, and they're, like you said, they're kicking the door down. 2 inhibitors are out of the picture, and all they have to do is push.
Cease and desist onto Array. Array looking to back out. We'll have the bailout if he needs it. No one's able to get back there with him. They have the GA on top of it, so there's no worries whatsoever. Denethor will go for the long chase. Ooh, Aljun getting critically low, but Breezy is still alive and he will thrive. Same can't be said for Sword as he gets caught by the Q3. Pulled right back in. Double kill for Crimson. GA gonna be popped once again, and Winthrop University, they're fighting to stay in this, but they're not making much ground when the teleports are bringing CCG right back into the fight. Winsome looking to make some ground. Dardoch biting off more than he can chew. The bailout going to be used. Wants to take out mobility. Gets shut down by Wilson. Nexus Tower number 2 going to fall as the teleport gets channeled in. Crimson has arrived. Breezy is still there. So is Aljun. But Breezy will fall. Winthrop want to extend this game just a little bit more. Aljun will take a couple more hits. Pad the stats and get a 2-0 victory in the name of CCG.
And with that, they hand Winthrop University another painful loss with only a couple weeks left in the split era. 2 more weeks to play, and Winthrop are definitely worse for wear as a result of this one. But props to CCG again, reasserting themselves as a top-end team in the league. Even though it was a little slower than maybe we were expecting, especially in Game 1, and they dismantled Winthrop.
You know, the focus from Winthrop to go after Array, it worked out in the earlier stages, but as the game went on, we started to see the effectiveness of the bailout, the effectiveness of how well Dardoch can pill for his carries, can interfere with these fights, and it was a big factor in making sure that Winthrop didn't have those windows like they did in Game 1.
Yeah, and whatever windows may have been available to them, they shut them right away, because there was a time where mobility was kind of strong, did have an option to potentially maybe carry, but they made the game impossible for him to play.
All right, off of that note, congratulations to CCG. We're going to throw it over to a short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the members of CCG.
I was in high school and my friends got me into it. I was probably like in my 3rd year of high school, and that's when I started playing League. I was playing very casually, and then when I got after high school, like I started playing on amateur teams like Diamond, Master level, and then like I got more and more into it. I think Froggen was like one of them when I started playing, because when I started playing I was mid laner, so looked up to him, and like players like Bjergsen also back in the days. I think it was more fun, you know, when you're not playing competitive. I think you're getting something else from like playing competitively, but like playing just for fun, like I said, when I started playing, I was playing Twisted Tree Line with my friends, right? Like playing Demo and hiding on bush and stuff. Like it's like super for fun. But I do think there's a lot to gain from the competitive aspect, and I like to shout out my current team. It's the most fun I've had playing leagues, like in a moment. So. People are kind of sleeping on us, and I think we're gonna surprise people. I think my teammates are very, very strong, like individually, and I think a big thing is we have like really good team cohesion. So like and we're really persistent, and we really want it, and we're gonna show it. We want to establish our place in the league, that we belong there. Realistically, I don't think like we're aiming for the very top of the NACL, but I think in the second split and moving forward, like we wanna reach the top of the league. So first thing is just proving we can compete here, and I think we definitely can. And shout out to my team and everybody who supported me, to my mom, a lot of the friends I made along the way that really supported me through it. So thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. CCG victorious over Winthrop, taking a 2-0 victory and showing the caliber of this team that is fighting that top 4 position beat.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. We've been kind of saying this one a lot. There's the top 3, there's the middle group, and then there is the bottom 2. And CCG, very safely a top half team so far in the NACL. For them, it's not about whether or not they make playoffs. It's just going to be about what seed do they get. And so far, I'm betting they're going to hold on to their 4th place spot. But of course, as we know in this league, anything can happen.
Yeah, it was a great display coming out from pretty much the whole squad. I think everyone had pretty standout moments throughout this game, from Dardoch running interference on a lot of these games, Breezy able to bail out Array, even Aljun, this incredible rookie who's been stepping up to the plate and swinging for the fences beat.
Yeah, he has been. Has looked particularly good in this series as well, and I think so far has just had good performances so far in Challengers. His first split, I should say, in Challengers League, and it's been really fun to watch him play.
Very incredible, and it does set up CCG going the road that we did kind of expect for them, right? Because they had a tough match against Near Airport, lost to Dark Zero, who is kind of immortal right now in the league.
Yeah.
So going against some of these other teams, it does mean a lot to take victories like this, especially 2-0. They had that against Supernova to start off. They recently got one against Blue Otter, and now continuing that trend against Winthrop University.
Yeah, and speaking of Winthrop University, I mean, we're looking at the rest of their season. They have, honestly, just a lot of difficult matches ahead of them. Conviction, Supernova maybe is winnable for them considering Supernova's form so far, but even that one is tenuous. And then their last match of the split is against Near Airport, or rather, excuse me, after Near Airport they play Dark Zero. My apologies. So, they definitely have a hard rest of the split, and they're not in a great spot in the standings to maintain their spot in the league.
I mean, it does bring us back to that point that if you get 3 wins, that is most likely the safe number for you to not have to go and re-qualify into the NACL. But that's Winthrop's story for CCG. I mean, it's a pretty good look coming from this team. I really do like what I'm seeing, and it does seem like they're shaping up. You still have a little bit more to be desired from this squad, especially when it comes to their late game cleanups and how they close out games. But we're getting more and more consistency, which is important.
We are, and I think that's the exciting thing about this team, that they still have a lot of potential when you look at the talent on this team and how much they've looked better over these last couple of weeks. So later on, the end of the split, I know there's a match against LG in a few weeks waiting for CCG. So maybe who knows how good they'll be by then.
Yeah, and that's some questions we're going to have to bring up once we do get our member of CCG in here. I am getting word that it's going to be Breezy. We will be interviewing in a couple of moments. Always got to love having conversations with Breezy. He's just a very charming guy, man, especially when you ask him before games how he feels about everything going down. Has a very positive mind and was a pretty big influence in this game. And here we go. We're going to have Breezy pulling up to the broadcast right here and right now. Everyone, go ahead and welcome Big Breezy. How you doing, Breezy?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine, man. It was a pretty fun game to see. So I want to start off with the first question being, a lot of people see this top 3 being DZ, NA, LG. A lot of people place you 4th. I want to know your personal opinion. Where do you see your team at? Performances you guys have been having?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say as of now, we're probably a number 3, number 4 team as well. We had a pretty hard match last week against DZ, but I mean, in a few weeks we play Luminosity, so I think we can, if we take them out, I think we'll be the proven number 3 seed. And I mean, we almost beat Airport a few weeks ago as well. It was a very close series, yeah. So I'm confident in our squad. I think we're getting a lot better every week, and as of now, like easily number 4, but we can show that we're number 3.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want your thoughts, because outside looking in, it does seem like you guys are slow to finish at times, and that even cost you your series against Near Airport. Can you speak a little bit on those issues? Do you think you've cleared them up entirely, or maybe hopefully you'll have it cleared up by the time you beat LG?
Yeah, I mean, we reviewed our series from a few days ago. Obviously, I think the game should have been over in like 25 minutes, but it took 55 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think our matches today showed that we got a little bit better about clearing out or closing out the game. We kind of trolled like a little bit in the first game at closing out, but the second game was pretty crisp throughout. So we're definitely working on it.
So continuing that topic, the near airport game, you know, very, very close game that was. Afterwards, we had an interview with Double Lift where he mentioned he sees you as a tier 1 talent within the space.
Yeah.
I want to know your reaction to that. How do you feel about such a veteran in the space looking at you so highly?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it means a lot coming from him. And like personally, I think I'm a little bit underrated as a player. Like I think I'm also improving a lot. So like as the splits goes on, like I think this split right now is like the best I've been playing in my whole career. So I think I'm on an upward trajectory, and I hope that like as a team we can make things work this split.
Yeah, it's really great to hear too, because something we've been talking about as a broadcast is how this was a pretty great opportunity for you to be able to try and like assert yourself as that #1 support. Do you feel you're at that point, or you're close to it? I know you say you're underrated, but if I really had to put a number to it, where do you feel like you measure so far in the league?
I mean, I think I'm definitely in conversation for #1, you know? Like I think there's a group of guys like top 3, but I think as the split goes on and maybe after playoffs and after we can take down Luminosity, like I think I can be on top, yeah.
Give me your top 2 competitors.
I'd say it's probably Zyko and Zazel. I think those 2 guys are pretty good, but I think I should be in that conversation as well.
All right, one last question I want to throw your way, Breezy. This one's a little bit for fun. So hypothetically, Riot has decided that if you win NACL, you get your own theme song. So, off of this hypothetical, you've won NACL. What artist are you gonna pick to make your song for you?
What artist, huh? Shit. Honestly,
Come on, who do you want singing your name, man?
Yeah, I know. Honestly, Rick. I want it to be the support that we beat in an ACL finals. That'll be the artist.
That's a banger. That's a banger.
Your punishment for losing is make a song for the guy who beat you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, if that happens, we gotta make that like a content bit or something. That would be so funny.
Any shout-outs you got before we let you go, Breezy?
I just shout out to my team. I think we're all working hard. We got some younger guys and some veterans, and I think it's been fun playing on this team. Shout out our coach too. He's doing well, but yeah, just CCG as well as an org. They've been doing great and been there for us.
All right, awesome to hear, man. Well, I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season. I'm going to be looking forward to that Luminosity game, so best of luck, man. Have a good one.
You guarantee that I want you to win the split now, so.
Thank you.
All right, take care, Breezy.
Nips, yeah.
All right, so that answer.
That's amazing.
I was not ready for that answer.
He's my coach.
That might be the best trash talk answer we've had in quite some time. We're kind of lacking in our trash talk department, so I'm very happy that Breezy said that.
Yeah, everybody else stepped it up for real. Like, unless you're as good as Breezy right now, I don't want to hear it.
Oh man, but yeah, it was good to see where their mindset is, and the fact that they're still seeing this as an opportunity to grow and blossom as they continue on. It definitely did show, as they said. And now we got to talk about MVP. There's one man who I think was allowing these players to shine, was facilitating a lot of these fights and interfering with a lot of these game plans for Winthrop University. That's going to be Dardoch Beatdown.
That's right, and it's Dardoch, who I think has been a really big shining light for this team. Even though we can look top to bottom and say a lot of great things about the talent, I think Dardoch, even Crimson mentioned it in the interview, the kind of mentorship he offers with that wealth of experience is so valuable. The way he plays the game and leads this team is so valuable. I mean, the Xin game is that perfect example. Really crucial team fight. He makes it his whole mission to remove the one threat on Winthrop out of the game. Uses his dash, uses his flash, just throws everything at mobility, and that's what won them the fight.
And it's crazy because historically you see Dardoch as this more aggressive player. I say that while he's playing Xin, but you know. And what he's been able to do for this team, for CCG, has been evolve his playstyle to be more all-encompassing. He's played 8 different champions on the season so far, so he's able to slot in exactly what CCG need when they need it, and it's what makes him such a good team leader and a good voice for the squad beat.
Yeah, and it's a great thing to see. I think it's been a big part of CCG's success. But now we got to move on to our next series. Eric, we hinted at him a little bit. It is NEAR Airport who is coming up on our docket. And of course, they're facing AMI, another new org into the NACL space, who look like they have somewhat found their footing a little bit.
Yeah, but they're going on a trip to Death Valley beatdown. This is going to get hard really fast for them because it's not just NEAR Airport that they're about to go against. Who do they follow after? Luminosity. Who do they follow after that Dark Zero? It's going to be a tough fight. Let's start off with NEAR Airport as we pull up the rosters.
Yeah, that's right. The beginning of their descent into Death Valley. Of course, one of the 3 best teams we have in this league. Star-studded roster, wealth of experience in Tier 1 in North America. And of course, there's TF Blade, who I think, considering he had no professional experience leading up to this point, I think he's been playing competitively very well. Not just, you know, what you may expect from a streamer where, oh yeah, they have great mechanics, but, you know, not great team play, not great map play. Not the case with TF Blade at all.
It kind of just took me back to the whole St. Louis and Denethor, but this time it's NTF Blade. I mean,
write another song.
Yeah, great squad. They've been on a big upward trajectory, showing that even they can learn and grow as they continue on in the season. Now let's move on to the super rookies. It is AMI. And when I say super rookies, I really do mean it. Every single one of these players are having their first season in NACL, and you're going against LCS vets. This is going to be a tough cookie to crack, could beat.
Yeah, like you said, their next few matches are going to be really difficult. So for them, I really think the mentality is do your best, learn what you can, and hope that you can secure a win as you kind of close out the split. Because we talked about 3 wins being that kind of sweet spot to have a really good chance at avoiding relegation and maintaining top 8 status. Well, they already have 2 of those wins.
Yeah.
So only 1 more series needs to go their way. And it would be all the more better if even in their losses, they take a map here and there. Wonderful for their game win percentage.
So a reminder, you can keep up to date with all things NACL on our Twitter/X page. Watch NACL as well as here on Twitch and YouTube where we are streaming. So be sure to not miss a single thing, because this is the future of the LTA Northman. Players who play here, you'll be seeing in the next year or 2 within that Tier 1 space. Going back into the conversation of AMI, you were talking about it. They've had some pretty good wins. Winthrop University and Polestar were wins they were able to get. But again, this is a trip into Death Valley. It's going to be hard to get that final win. Let's go ahead and pull up predictions to see what people think. And I think this is going to be very, very telling right now, Beatdown.
Yeah. I mean, this is just another one of those situations where, you know, it's possible. The chances are above 0. Am I going to vote for it? No. What do you want me to say? I don't know, man. You didn't vote for it, so I don't want to hear it.
I'm not saying anything. I'm going to let you be honest. We're all honest here. We're just being good casters. It's all completely unbiased. This is just the tail of the tape, man. This is a very big uphill battle.
Really a great way to put it.
Yeah, AMI are going to be dealing with as we head into the draft for game number 1 NEAR Airport versus Apex Mission Impossible.
And it's going to be an exciting one because, again, super rookies up against the super veterans. It will be exciting to see what AMI are going to be able to pull out because, I mean, to their credit, as one of the newer teams to the NACL, I feel like they've found their footing probably the best outside of an org like Luminosity Gaming. But when we look at the players, it doesn't really count. You know what I mean?
I mean, one of their only big stumbles was Conviction. Conviction had a very hot week 1, but for the most part, they are doing a good job within NACL, especially being a team that's nothing but rookies. You got to give credit when you are getting wins as the draft now going to wrap up. I do see that Nefiri has been left on the table this time. We'll see if NEAR Airport want to go for it.
Speak has definitely played it previously. I would be surprised if he shied away from it before, unless maybe they have an anti-Nefiri strategy that they want to go for, or they just want to get that Tristana there for the double lift. I mean, I think It's been a big champion for this team in particular because we know Tristana, double lift on Tristana is legendary.
Yeah, the few times we've been seeing both tactical and double lift play this champion.
Very true.
It's been quite terrifying to see the Goom Stomps, the resets that come through, and the scaling that you get out of Tristana. Interesting rebuttal coming out. This means that the Corki is going to be in the bottom lane as they also lock in the Azir for the mid.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, AMI just going band for band immediately when they see the Tristana come through. They want large DPS, they want scaling, and that's what they're going for at the moment here. I don't believe that hover, so yeah, okay, there you go. As we'll see now, I imagine it's just going to be a jungler there for Lojaz. We know he is more of that facilitator style for the team, so yeah, Zin is exactly what we expect.
Now, some decent windows of opportunity for early games coming out for Spica is what I'm looking at right now. You do got some mobility options off of both the Azir and the Corki. The Corki's going to be a little bit more short range, so there is some potential to look to just like kind of hammer down in that bottom lane. I want to see what the support pick is going to be to make sure that this is not going to be a lane that just gets outright crushed.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I like Lojaz's chances better if we're just looking at the lane assignments.
Yeah,
because you can't interrupt the rocket jump from Tristana. Victor's low mobility, so if he doesn't place the W well enough, you can get on him, but we'll see. I like Nautilus as a ban. You want to remove some of the really easy support picks for Biofrost just to make sure your carries like Azir, Corki don't have the really simple point and click. You can't move any more buttons.
And you can see right now that near airport kind of know what the deal is. You want some protection and you want some setup over on the side of AMI. So what are you going to take away? You're going to take away some of these supports that is going to provide that. Braum already getting bound away. On the opposite side, AMI have taken away the Nautilus. So we're seeing a lot of those engaged supports now getting removed from the equation.
Yeah.
See what else gets bound away. Even Alistair bound out.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm trying to think. Rakan, I mean, is another big one that we've seen a lot of gameplay. Rel is probably the one NA actually go in terms of banning. But I think either one is going to end up being fine. Still leaves up Rel and Rakan. So we're going to see which one AMI prefer if they even want to go for support at all. But I got to imagine they do.
And even if that gets taken away, there still are some pretty decent options. Leona is one that comes to mind immediately. But no, instead going to ban away the Yone. It has been a big pick over on the side of AMI in order to enable some of the team fights there. That leaves that Rakan open that you were talking about earlier, beatdown, and it does get locked in for AMI.
Yeah, I guess it was a decoy ban there in the top lane. Makes me wonder if TF Blade's just going to be on a tank or something that Yone could abuse pretty handedly, especially because he is going in blind. I would imagine that makes a lot of sense. So look, for a question for me is, what are we seeing from Decoy? There's already a lot of engage and kind of frontline action from AMI, even though Rakan is a little on the squishier side. It does make me wonder if we're going to see him go for something more damage-oriented or team-fight-oriented.
So Rakan Zin is also a decent duo in terms of jungle support synergy that you can walk around the field with.
Biofrost?
Now, what's the answer?
You also want to be my coach today?
Here, huh? What are we going for? Are we going? So either you go for the counter engage or we just go raise the puppy Tristana.
I mean, either pick I think is going to end up being fine. Poppy is way more fun. So it's just that question about.
Lulu's a little more fun, honestly.
I couldn't disagree more with anything.
You can hate me all you want for that, man, but
and I will. Yeah, and it does work. It's a different way to kind of combo with the Vi. You go in with the cease and desist, wild growth. The double knock-up action makes it really hard for the carries of AMI to be able to escape.
And it does give you that raise the puppy type scenario that you can go for, which is a very, very old school maneuver with the Lulu. Just protect this Tristana as much as possible, boost this Tristana as much as possible, and keep her nice and safe to take over. Nar's going to be the final pick now for AMI to round out their composition here, which does give them a pretty decent engage with the Mega Gnar ultimate, Shurima Shuffle, and the Rakan ult.
Yeah, I do like that one. There is the opportunity to pressure people, especially like Pobelter. Double lift, he's not careful with how he's spacing in these team fights. So I think AMI have honestly drafted a pretty simple and easy comp to execute, which is really what I prefer teams to do, especially when you're in these kind of Goliath-like matchups. So it's just going to be about whether or not they can play early game well enough to scale.
All right, so now we are headed on to the Rift. The Super Veterans versus the Super Rookies. Near Airport taking on Apex Mission Impossible. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Rooting for the old vets, Near Airport. The new kids on the block, AMI. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle, AMI. They want one more win to feel more secure within the NACL. For Near Airport, they need to rack in wins to continue that top 3 dominance.
That's right. AMI, difficult match ahead of them, which is why I kind of like this style of composition that they end up going for here. Eyes are going to be on Low Jazz in this early game. He's historically big facilitator for the team. How a lot of their plays happen. It's going to be about, can he make plays happen early? Can he make space for his team later?
Yeah, for AMI, a lot of their early to mid playmaking has come from Low Jazz. So expect to see him to be the enabler for this squad. He's on a good champion for it, that's for sure.
I will say also, I like that Lawyer Azir skin. Very good.
Which one? I got to take a peek at it.
Yeah, 5 minutes he's wearing it right now.
Well, what about this skin over here? This Gragas. Oh, okay.
Is that
okay,
the KDA Super
It's the KDA Gragas, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I still
too.
can't believe that skin came true, man.
People were begging for it for so long, and you know what? Sometimes Riot listens to the people.
That means Star Guardian Urgot is next.
It already exists. Pajama Guardian, same.
Oh, right, yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we can
Riot
go further.
We could go further. We could go beyond, even, one might say.
All right, so for Low Jazz, what early steps do you want from this Xin Xiao? What do we got to do to make sure AMI have a fighting chance?
For the moment, you got to imagine that first clear is just going to be rather unimpactful. But I think the important thing for him after his first clear is just going to be about trying to make space for his bot lane in particular, because they have that double ranged into a not double ranged matchup. And it is Corki, who's really slow to start too. So if you can get a really good gank opportunity, I think that's a big deal. For AMI, overall, if a lane swap ends up happening, I don't like their chances at securing that first spawn of grubs. I want to see them trade elsewhere on the map and not try to fight a losing battle, kind of like we saw from Winthrop in the previous series.
Speaking of losing battles, Mini kind of losing out in a lot of these trades in the mid lane currently, to the point where Poe Belter just ran a lap around the turret. So it shows you the type of authority that Poe Belter is able to throw around here. I kind of feel bad for AMI right now, because like this is not the Near Airport you really want to go against. You don't want mid-season Near Airport. You wanted early season Near Airport.
That's very true. The beginning of the split, Near Airport, not the greatest of performances, still winning most of their games, but not as cleanly. But I think the interesting thing for them is that turnaround after their loss against CCG, funny enough. Double Liv said in the interview. Yeah, he talked about how they were surprised they even won at the end because he didn't like their draft. Kind of just alluding to the fact that they kind of need to play better, draft better, and I think since then, NA have been drafting much better team comps. I think they've been playing the game much better overall. Everybody is firing on all cylinders, and I think that's really what solidified NALG and DZ as that top 3 once NA really stepped it up.
I mean, being critical of your own play is incredibly significant, and not having that ego, knowing you're a very experienced player, it does so much for the environment, especially in Tier 2. And now as we take a look at the map state right now, we are getting our first recalls coming out from junglers. This is where we could start to see junglers start to influence the map, especially considering Spica's on the Vi. Vi is one of those early ganking junglers that can have a pretty big influence. There is some early warding that has been set by Decoy to try and spot out the pathing that Spica might take.
Yeah, it's just so... If Spica comes towards that top side, a Decoy has that push. Just about maintaining safety in these early levels for Gnar when he's very vulnerable. So my eyes are definitely still on the bot lane, because I think if you're near airport, you want to set up for that lane swap kind of soon to go for grubs.
Oh, that buffer is always a scary one to chance, and now look at Biofrost go with the auto attacks. Gets about 150 health left over on Boz there in the bottom lane. But the trade's coming out from bot laners.
Yeah, deep vision though does give them the idea Lojaz is on his way down, so they back off. I think we'll double lift, taking the back, stay for another wave. But this is kind of that moment in truth. Where Biofrost is walking is going to give us an idea on whether or not we see the lane swap. And if NA are able to get that off, I think they have a great chance of securing Grub.
So what's up with this Lulu slander you got going on, B?
I wouldn't call it slander. Like, the champ is great. Don't get it wrong. I just thought Poppy would be more fun. I'm amazed that that's even like a discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're wrong, but okay.
Okay, me when I lie. Like, how is Lulu more fun? I just can't conceive it.
To me, it's funny just watching a Xin Zhao like dive in onto your ADC, and now you're suddenly cute and cuddly.
I'm sorry. Have you ever seen Poppy W? It's the same.
But it's just a wall. It doesn't do the cute cuddle. You don't get the polymorph.
Yeah, but you get the they ran into a wall, and you get the haha. You get that cool sound. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you're not cute. Like that right there, that's cute.
I mean, I resent that. How could you say that about Poppy?
Okay, to be fair,
haven't you heard any of her voice lines?
I'm literally just trash talking to be like, go against the wave on you, but...
Yeah, well, it's not working. You suck.
AMI gonna start up the grubs. At the same time that you do have the lane swap coming out for near airport, so you have an angle here to just outright go for the kill. You get the reset off of the E getting popped. And just like that, near airport get control over on this top side, but still the grubs getting taken by AMI.
Lojaz doesn't have a flash, so I think he's just going to have to abandon that final grub. Still pretty good for them to be able to get 2 of the 3. I like that play from Double Lift and Biofrost, though. You get Decoy's flash to take advantage of the fact that he just came off Mega Gnar and wasn't able to impact that grubs fight. And it's because TF Blade went for that proxy. So Decoy had a lot of trouble holding that wave, had to auto-attack a lot. I think it forced Mega.
Okay, I'm going to change my argument a little bit.
Which one?
The Poppy is more fun if you're playing it. If you're the ADC, the Lulu is more fun.
Of course. Oh, that's fair. But what about us? We're the viewers. We're not either of those situations.
I still like the Lulu.
Oh, whatever, man. There's no helping you. Shake my
Still
head.
early stages, no kills, man. But we are getting some lane swaps coming in. I mean, Decoy is up here. Pocus, excuse me. I've got to remember. I got used to saying
Hocus Pocus.
We used to call him Pocus back in like I think it was like tier 3 in collegiate back in the day, and now it's Pocus. And
didn't he also change his name twice?
Yeah, this dude. He's after me.
I know. Nothing will beat Oh my God, I don't remember.
Chrome?
Concept.
Oh.
You remember Concept?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that guy had the funniest name.
All right, here we go. We got an invade now coming in for Spica. Lojaz will be walking up same time as Pocus, so they're gonna spot this out. I'm curious if he got the steal. I didn't actually see who that camp went to, but all the meanwhile, Spica's there, and it does deny Lojaz.
Hold on. I just realized Spica is going the lethality like Hail of Blades build. He's going the one-shot build.
Oh yeah, I see the damage now as we hop in. First blood for Spica in the snap of a finger.
Yeah, like that build, you just explode. Like Baz, 5 mini, they're just gonna explode if they get hit by a combo once Spica's at like 2 to 3 items, especially with Hail of Blades. When I first started playing this game, I played a lot of Vi, and I always ran Hail of Blades, and it's so funny, like how quickly you can get auto attacks off.
Let's take another look at this. I mean, the damage came in real fast and snappy. And this was just near airport, like playing around with their jungle vision. I do think it was mispositioning out of AMI to be that deep in when you already saw near airport on your Raptor cam.
Yeah. And off screen we see Pole Belter forced to flash. That is the danger of Victor into the Azir. When he goes for the shuffle, you have to respect it, especially when their teammates are nearby. And Spica, wow, I mean, Spica's just been jungle gapping Lojaz so far. He's already 2 levels up. He got the kill. It is the Umbral Glaive Rush. Item did get buffed on this patch. It was cheaper, and it did reduce. The cost was also reduced, so very gold efficient item.
very fast buy. It kind of shows you the difference in gold between both of these junglers right now. I mean, the CS already tells part of that tale, but First Blood was picked up by Spica. A good influx of gold onto this buy means, hey, you're going to be making more of these macro fighting movements for near airport.
Saving grace for AMI, though, is that Mini, he's a little behind, but not too far behind as long as he's able to keep farming. He'll still get very strong. Baz is pretty much keeping even with Double Lift, even though they haven't been interacting with each other this whole time. So this Corki will still be strong, will offer a lot of range damage with those rockets. So there are still angles AMI can play for as the game goes on, but Spica going this one-shot buy build, it does make it a little harder. It makes it more dangerous for them to interact.
I mean, we know the dangers of the late game Corki because we've seen one of the players on this map right now be able to demonstrate that, as now Decoy in a bad way gets caught by the explosive cask. He's not getting away from this one. Big boy Gragas will come in with the flash body slam, drop the cask, and it's a kill for TF Blade.
Decoy, he tried to flash, he tried to get fancy, but it just didn't work out for him. So it's going to be a nice solo bolo coming through, setting Spica. Yeah, you could say that. And broke his own ankles, if you will. Near airport, they're going to secure their second, third, and fourth grub.
I at least like this from AMI. This is what we got to see some of the lower tier teams do, is like the moment you lose out on one side of the map, you have to make moves elsewhere. You have to trade. This is what AMI do as they grab the Drake.
Wow. Oh, we are bullying Decoy.
I don't know if this is worthy trade anymore. That's 2 kills.
Okay, genuinely, Pobelter didn't even need to show up. But, I mean, because they have 4 grubs, he can stay and help secure the first brick with Spica. So it ends up being worthwhile.
Dude, Tactical Nuke Vi is terrifying, man.
It is. Have you ever played as it or against it?
I have not. I have absolutely not.
It's actually, like, disturbing. If he literally goes, like, Essence Reaver and then just more pure damage items, like, these people will explode. I'm not even joking. It's so dangerous to play against. You talk about being, you talk about the danger of late game Corki. I think in this game, there's a serious danger to being Corki at any point in the game because of Spica.
You know, you don't have to deal with late game Corki when you have one button you can press to
they
send
can't press
a tactical nuke at them.
It's like, you have 4 items, good for you. What if you can't press any buttons? How about that?
He's got barrier, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's gonna help.
We're scraping.
Yeah, that's gonna help. Okay. Yeah, barrier. My bad, dude. I forgot. Baz will be fine. It's chill.
All right, taking a look at the state of the game right now. It's currently a 3.3k lead that's slowly being surmounted by Near Airport. They were able to go even in Drakes. They got a slight lead on the Void Grubs. Now pushing for more towers. Got first a brick earlier that was found in the top lane. As they spread around and look for a little bit of map control, we will have Herald up in the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look overall, AMI are not in the worst position. We're seeing first items come through almost across the board. If Baz can get Trinity Force before this next, before the Herald spawns, I do actually see an angle where AMI could make it happen.
Got it.
Decoy, he's just gonna have to spend his whole life getting one good Mega Gnar ultimate. And if he can do that, like, it's possible.
So Baz does finish up that Trinity Force. That's something. What else do we got? Are we gonna have any other completed items? That's gonna be my question for AMI, or it's just really how they're gonna fight it out. Yeah, Rift Herald spawning up, and they're not even allowed to get their red buff. Low Jazz is bullied out.
Yeah, it's tough because they set up the map really nicely. Double Lift is ever safe on the Tristana, pushes in mid. They pushed a big wave on the top side as well that Mini is forced to answer at the moment too. So it's just NA setting the map up so nicely, showing off their wealth of experience, which allows them to put pressure on Low Jazz in his jungle.
A plan of attack for AMI was looking to try and dive this bottom lane. It doesn't work. It's spotted out. Guess what's happening top lane, though? Mini is getting dived, and Biofrost will chase him down. Poke, poke, poke. One more.
He lives!
Oh, Mini's going to live.
Hey, nicely done. It cost him everything, but he lives with 29 HP, as we were just getting word. Still, though, Tier 2 turret almost completely going to go down, and I say almost as if it's not going to fall in another second.
Oh yeah, Low Jazz, you can't stay here for much longer. You know what this fight does, man, and the tower is gone. There's no one here to defend you. Mini already used his ultimate, so he can't dive in. And Low Jazz has just sacrificed the longest tower.
Yeah, Mini is just going to put up the Sun Disc, collect what little CS he can, and AMI gonna have to walk away and think about how these next few minutes are gonna go.
Decoy.
Oh yeah, he's trying to get Mega. He's not making it.
Decoy. Oh, we got one side step. Finally found the Mega. He's going for the turnaround right now. Ooh, cooldowns. He's waiting for them to come right back up. We'll step away from the cask, and that was enough. Decoy lives.
Whew. Close, but it's true. He does manage to walk away from that one. But overall, AMI. Not a whole lot able to show for this early game. Haven't been able to secure any kills. They only got a Dragon and 2 Grubs, while NA have been knocking down turrets, making full use of how difficult it is to make a play on this Gragas on the cross map, and how much damage their comp does up front, especially with this particular Vi build.
Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. Herald spawning now. Neutral objectives galore now on the map. See where teams start to put their positioning. For AMI, it seems to be towards this Dragon. They're trying to get control of their blue side quadrant near airport, fighting for vision control.
Fighting and losing, Eric. Fighting and losing. It's really hard for them to push forward. It's going to give Pobelter space to knock down another turret. And this gold lead, up to 6K almost. 16 minutes. It's brutal. And they have their pick of the litter in terms of what side of the map they want to play on, what objective they want to take, and they have their sights set on their second Dragon.
Eventually, the pressure is going to be put on for Dragon Soul. At what point does AMI find their way back into this? I feel like you're just going for a very, very long delay as take on the Pobelter. Okay, this is something. It gets you on the board. That's going to be a kill, but Dragon secured nonetheless for near airport.
Still look on the other side of the map. Herald hasn't been done at all, so again, AMI doing a pretty good job trading. They get a kill. As long as they can walk away with this Rift Herald, actually pretty good. Problem is, Spica's already here.
Spica's here, and he has the chance to challenge with the smite. No, it goes over to Low Jazz. Low Jazz will give his life for the cause, though. Cease and desist will lock him down. That's a kill to near airport, and Herald over to AMI.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst for AMI. They're still able to get the objective. Mini tried to deny a big wave, but TF Blade is here to collect it. I still think it's more or less even for them, because AMI are still able to secure. They have the Eye of the Herald. They got a kill onto Decoy, who's been put on the struggle bus by NA early on. But this is more, again, what we were asking for in that first series. AMI doing a pretty solid job of recognizing, okay, we're not strong enough for this. What can we take somewhere else?
But when are they going to be strong? Is this really just we wait out the 35-minute game and turn it on a dime then? I don't know if near airport are going to allow that.
No, probably not, especially with this teleport. Oh boy, this is, we got a situation on our hands.
All right, Focus dashing around, gets caught by the explosive cask. A lot of crowd control, but not enough to lock down AMI, as they will get to safety underneath their tower.
Safety is kind of a relative term, because now Focus and Decoy forced to walk away from that. Nice thing though, other side, Low Jazz is going to take away some jungle camps, Mini, take a tier 1. If we can stall backs from the side of AMI, they might even be able to take that tier 2. Oh, yeah, they're dropping the Herald.
All right, here we go. Pushing forward is AMI. All the meanwhile near airport are not on the right side of the map. So this will get a push into the base as they'll ride out the Herald for one more charge. And there you go, half health removed from that tower. As AMI, they're able to sneak around the map, but here we go, TF Blade hopping onto Focus. Mid lane tower falls, that will open up more vision for near airport.
Still, little by little, we can see AMI are chipping away at this gold lead near airport have. It's not much, but if they manage to keep this up and get these pretty solid trades, they will be able to narrow this one down. Yeah, I look at the carries right now. Mini, he's actually hit his second item, really big turning point in the game for the Azir, so he has that ability to be able to have big team fight impact, especially if he gets a big shuffle off. Baz, you're waiting to get to that second item, but that'll be big for Corki. Low Jazz is almost there as well.
And again, I think this is something we can be happy about when we watch AMI perform as a team of super rookies, understanding trades. This is a very big thing within the game to not just contest every single fight and run blindly into the enemy team. To understand that sometimes if you lose something, there's something else on the map to be found.
Yeah. And speaking of AMI, they're going to put some pressure on Spica and invade into him, as they set up a little vision on this top side to make sure Near Airport don't have an easy time just randomly starting this Otacon.
Tension into the mid lane. Baz takes a good chunk of damage, but we're going for the engage. Can't find the Shurima shuffle in time, but Double Lift still dead to right. Shutdown going to be found by Baz. Down a member. Down 2 now as Biofrost gets picked off over by the brush. Decoy grabs that kill. Bot lane slain and AMI swing.
I love the angle for AMI, especially how we were talking about. Fimini is the strongest person on the map right now, and we wanted to see them use it. They do, and they get a shutdown on the double lift. They take Biofrost off the map as well, and look at the mid and bot lane. It gives them this opportunity to continue pushing these waves and getting pressure, and it sets them up for the next dragon.
The super rookies aren't just going to lie down and die.
No.
They'll be able to take some effective trades into their favor, and what does it net them? An actual win.
Maybe
team fight, and it's going to get them even more as Pobelter is picked off.
Wow, the super veterans crumbling a little bit so far in this mid-game, Desrex. Not only do they secure that kill, Decoy's been just split pushing away on the other side of the map. So the two-man Otacon is coming through, but if they suspect it at all from the side of AMI, they just do not take this fast enough.
Oh, they do not whatsoever. Pocus is going to get there. He'll spot this out. This could be a throw right now. Near Airport need to be careful about what they do from here out because the counter engage could be oh so deadly. And they'll look to just get it reset. That's the proper thing to do. Don't go for the fight. All the meanwhile, Decoy gets more time on the split push.
And I like this pathing from AMI, making sure Double Lift takes the long way so he can't interact with this wave and they knock down another turret. I gotta say, Apex Mission Impossible have been playing out this mid game very nicely. They've cut down the gold lead. It was 6,000 at one point. Now we're down to 2. Their carries have kills and assists, and they recognize they can kind of get this dragon wherever, so they focus on using their tempo to knock down structures, open up the map for themselves.
I am very impressed by this because the way the game was going, I was just expecting, okay, we're going to turtle and get to the late game, and that's how we find our fighting chance. No, it's through trades, and it's through taking smart, intelligent fights. Now they're looking for another setup right now as Recall comes out. No, they're just going to concede the dragon right over to Near Airport. They don't want to take that fight.
I'm a little surprised, but I think the call was that Decoy was kind of far away. They didn't have a good setup for his Meganar. So it wasn't a 5v5 they actually wanted to take. It's a tough one, just because this is Infernal Soul point for Near Airport, but it's not game losing. As long as AMI can secure the next dragon and deny that soul, this has still been a pretty good game for them.
I think where things start to get a little scary is when you look at the itemization, especially Double Lift, the Yontals plus the Infinity Edge. You're getting a lot of damage and a lot of value out of that Infernal Drake. 2 of them already picked up so far. That's only going to start to add up more and more, and how about the scaling of Near Airport sooner rather than later? AMI looking for their angle into this with the Vault Breaker, trying to find Pocus. Baz is right there, takes a chunk out of Spica, and you're starting to see that Spica's not that tanky with his damage build. TF Blade getting caught out by Low Jazz. 3-talent strike finds the knock, but Low Jazz wants to find the fight. Explosive cast comes out. Pocus hops in. Going golden's going to be TF Blade. Look at Double Lift over on the side, going after Pocus. Now looking for a retreat is going to be MI. They're taking too much damage from Pobelter as Pobelter runs in, brings that area of effect damage. Spica wants to re-engage, but AMI have created the distance and will not drop just yet. This leaves the Otacon vulnerable.
Yeah, big ultimate coming through the Chaos Storm for Pobelter. And, Decoy, we see a TP coming through, and Decoy almost has Veganar, so this is a fight.
Watch for TF Blade. TF Blade can be huge right here with that body slam. He's looking for it, finds it on the Low Jazz. 3k health remains, able to get the knock up, and Baz gets 1 kill with the Corki. Now Pocus, ultimate gonna be used. Ooh, he will go down, but the Otacon goes down in time. It will give the revives. Spica goes on a rampage, and even though AMI will be able to net out the fight win, it will cost them in the grand scheme.
still, honestly, considering the fact that they knocked away a lot of those Otacon GAs, that's not the worst outcome for AMI. They reduce the gold lead further because they still get 200 gold for each kill. And that actually works out for them pretty nicely because they're still whittling away this gold lead that Near Airport have. We're just seeing many examples of this comp's ability to be able to fight, and AMI are executing on it well.
Oh, man. I was definitely not expecting this coming into today. I mean, you saw the predictions. Everyone was firmly on board with Near Airport, and AMI, they are slugging beatdown.
They are. It's not to say Near Airport are going to lose by any stretch. Spica will still do a lot of damage. It isn't going for the full one-shot build from what we can see, but even that little bit of lethality will matter against the Nazir, against the Corki. But you still have Tristana on double lift, which has just been an amazing champion for him overall. Still scales really strongly, will still have a big impact if he can free hit, especially with Biofrost on the loop.
Let's take another look at that Otacon, because that was a very close exchange to come through. And it really does start off with this positioning of Boz that does get the first kill.
And I think what matters here the most is that Biofrost actually used that wild growth on the TF blade to try and save him. He went down anyway, so it didn't really give a good opportunity for double lift to get as much damage off. If he was able to get that wild growth, maybe this fight goes a little bit differently, but it goes the way it goes. And AMI, I actually think they should be pretty happy with it.
2K gold in the lead is Near Airport at the current state of the game. Still's a Baron on the table, minute 20 before we get another Infernal Drake fight. Mini over on the top side wants to find TF Blade. It's the Guardian Angel burnt, but that's another one taken off the map.
That's more gold into AMI's pockets. You take that one any time of day. And while TF Blade isn't quite on a spawn timer, it does give more space for Pocus and Low Jazz to just continue setting up vision around this Baron, having the side of the map dark for Near Airport, and giving themselves a good opportunity to go for this next trade. Because remember, Eric, AMI, they have to deny this if they want to hold on to their chance of winning this game, because it's Infernal Soul on the docket for NA.
45 seconds left until that Soul comes up. Biofrost and Double Lift moving as a unit to get the first setup for Near Airport.
Whoa,
but
interesting.
Here's the pressure being applied, B.
Yeah, so instead of setting up and recalling and walking to the Dragon, they know where NA are looking, so they're trying to see if they can rush this Baron. Corki is here to do this very fast, but not fast enough. I think they gave up a lot of potential setup on this Dragon for this play.
Spica looking for an angle onto Pocus. Not continue through, didn't have a good target for the cease and desist. So now Near Airport gonna rotate back over to that Dragon. They value that a little bit more. Meeting that rotation is AMI.
And that one is tough. You did get the teleport out of Pobelter, and in a situation where you wouldn't have good setup, so it's kind of okay for AMI, but it's on decoy.
Oh, here we go. Cease and desist found onto Pocus. Pocus trying to escape. Will flash out of there, but the fight is split. Now Pobelter needs to create some distance. Low Jazz only has TF Blade. It's not the target you want. Near Airport creating some distance, but now the scuttle was picked up by AMI. Look for that Meganar ultimate. It's timing out. Decoy loses his Meganar, and now the window belongs to Near Airport. What do AMI got?
By Mini, he has the shuffle. It's going to have to be him who makes something happen here. Keep an eye on the Azir for the Shurima shuffle. Dragon's getting low.
Waiting for it to go in, and now here we go. It gets secured. Low Jazz will grab the Dragon and say, thanks for the leash.
Okay, as much aura as that has gained Low Jazz, risking a critical point in the game for a 50-50 is pretty insane to me. But it worked out, so I can't be too hard on him. But that was dangerous.
My heart is pumping now, B. How you feeling?
I'm feeling my heart, that's for sure. Because this is a tense one, and more tense than I ever expected it to be, which I'm really happy about, because it's not like NA are playing particularly bad. AMI are just stepping up to the plate, and that's a great thing we love to see in Challengers League. Teams improving. Teams putting the screws to the top teams in the league.
It kind of reminds me last summer, Blue Otter. They were that Blue Shell team. They would take top teams to a series. They took out both LCS franchise teams. So it's like, this is what we're getting glimpses of right here. AMI are trying to be that team that can go toe-to-toe with even our top squads and surprise the world.
I'll tell you what, as a resident of the world, I'm shocked. It's been good from AMI so far, and now can they close it out? That would be the truly impressive thing. You got, even making it this far, you got to give a lot of credit to this team of rookies. Some of these players, Decoy, Pocus, we're praising them for being in the scene for so long, finally making their rookie debut in the NACL, and newer players like Mini, Baz and Lojaz, who've also been kind of grinding it out in Tier 3 and finally getting here. Being able to play this good League of Legends into players like Spica, Pobelter, Double Lift, Biofrost. These are people who are, for the most part, legendary in North America.
It's not a good start off for AMI as they get chunked out by Double Lift. Double Lift playing aggressive here. That passive is giving him more and more range. Every time he levels, he can get that much more aggressive because he has that much more room to work with on those auto attacks. It's a little tricky for AMI. AMI still holding the ground okay. And yeah, for a lot of these players, I mean, a lot of them were kind of stuck in the Tier 3 space for a while. Now being in Tier 2 and taking this fight to near airport, it's got to feel good, but the deed is not done yet. There's still a lot more you got to get through before you win this, and you're seeing it start to become overwhelming for AMI. Lojaz walks away, gets a cast to the face as TF Blade kills him. That's 2 down for AMI.
And Mini has to teleport away, run for the hills, and with 2 picks like that, near airport, they're free to start this Baron. They take it very quickly in their own right, especially with Double Lift being at 3 items. You got to imagine that's going to be next up for them on the to-do list. And this is NA reasserting their dominance here in this game 1.
Oh man, I'm gonna throw a little bit of a reference here for some of you old ball wrestling watchers. It kind of reminds me of Jeff Hardy versus Undertaker.
Ah, never mind, I got that reference.
Oh man, that was a dope match. Basically, Jeff Hardy was like the big underdog. Undertaker's just this dominating presence within the space. Jeff Hardy took him to like a pretty banger match. Like AMI are the Jeff Hardy in this one, who are fighting against absolute dominance and somehow still looking pretty decent.
Yeah, you could say that again. Although this opportunity that NA took did earn them the Baron, kind of got control back of the game. They put this gold lead up to 4,000, and I think this is where things are going to get a little bit harder. Double Lift, he's approaching 4 items. Really powerful point for Tristana. The more levels he gets, the more range he has, of course. So if AMI can't do something about this Trist, this game will be hard to win.
I mean, sadly, the end of that story, Undertaker does win, and it seems like Near Airport are ready to get their win as they go for the chase. Mini getting hunted down, will have to go golden. Strong knockup coming out of Near Airport as they'll continue the chase over on the opposite side on the Lojaz. Lojaz gets demolished, and now the Azir passive gonna get up the tower, but there goes tick, tick, down. Double Lift gets the kill, and 2 fall for AMI.
They're looking for a little more. I think Decoy and Baz are gonna get Spica.
Yeah, Baz has an angle, but we go, Vault Breaker. The slow from the cask is found, and Decoy still looking to make haste and get out of there, but Baz, a little bit too slow. That airplane is flying as fast as it can as Double Lift will hop in and says, you guys are near the airport and we're gonna take you back home. It's an ace for Near Airport.
An ace, and very likely the game unless Lojaz could do something miraculous. Near Airport, seeming like they were falling behind at several points here in this mid game, do manage to hold things out. Looking like it won't actually be the game yet. Dragon spawns, they're a little low, so they'd rather collect the safe response in the Infernal Soul.
Man, and how quickly that all started to fall apart for AMI. It's been such a very courageous attempt coming out of them, and you got to give them props for all their effort, but this is a veteran squad they're going against in Near Airport. This is a team that can turn fights on a dime, and they're showing that right now as they take the gold lead 7K. They get the Dragon Soul on top of that. Looking at where all that gold is allocated, even Spica is eating good with that basically assassin style vibe that we saw earlier, now transitioning that a little bit more with the Guardian Angel finished. This is all sitting pretty for Near Airport.
Yeah, you can say that again. Now, the Baron buff is about to expire. The Baron buff has expired, and Near Airport got a lot of value from that one. Okay, I thought something was bugging for a second, but now we kind of reached that point of no return. Trist is 4 items, still has a Lulu to buff her up. AMI, they need to show us a little bit more of what won them fights earlier on. being able to break these fights apart, being able to allow Baz to free fire and take down people like Pobelter and Double Lift.
Seems like we're just waiting for the end right now. Every lane is now getting shoved in. TF Blade over in the bottom lane. Pobelter getting a wave going top-sided. Now the rest of Near Airport will meet TF Blade in this bottom lane as the attack onto the base begins.
Yeah, it's already a tier 3 down. Low Jazz, a little bit of trouble. 2 levels down. I mean, yeah, I was going to say, Spica, what are you scared of? Kill him.
Cease and desist. Yeah, he'll get him. He'll bring those heavy hands and crack the jaw of Low Jazz. Inhibitor gets popped, and now the death march begins for Near Airport.
That's right. Inhibitor down, another turret, and Inhibitor soon to follow. AMI, they made it competitive. They made it look good for a while, but Near Airport are just too good. They're just too strong, and with Low Jazz out of the picture, it's only a matter of time.
Nexus Towers under attack. Fi Mini, give us one more good shuffle, man. Show what you got. Already one
Focus?
Nexus Tower down. I'm watching Focus. He's looking for that flank, man.
Yeah, maybe he could do something, but it's tough.
Pobelter sees him too. Now here we go, running right into the face. Explosive gas bombs just gets thrown all over the place. Near Airport looking for the close of this game. Pobelter will go for the chase onto Pocus and laser him down. 3 members making their last stand for AMI.
That's soon gonna be last 5 mini.
Oh, 5 Mini gets the shuffle, but look at the health bars. They may get low, but they will not deplete. AMI crumble, and Near Airport take game number 1.
Wow, Near Airport, they bring it the win in the end here at AMI. Again, we got to give them some credit. I think they looked really good, especially in that mid game and at the beginnings of the late game. But Near Airport, they scaled too hard. They team fought too well.
Yeah.
And that's all there is to it.
I mean, that's that upstart type of energy that you want to see, and very intelligent play that you want to see from AMI. Like, I know I'm going to probably talk about them more than Near Airport, given it's Near Airport's victory. Near Airport looked like they should be doing well. AMI is kind of punching above their weight class.
A little bit. Just the fact that they're able to compete is really nice. Kind of what we were saying earlier, too, that they are, stepping up. And finding their footing here in the NACL. And it is good to see. I think for Near Airport, it is... I agree with you. It's still playing as well as we expect. So I think it's just really that, it took them a while to close this game out.
And if we do have to note something, I do got to note that tactical nuke of a Vi that we got to see played. That was a lot of fun, man. But off of that note, we are going to throw it over to short break and return. We'll get into game 2, Near Airport versus AMI.
I would say the formation of the team it was not as planned as maybe other teams were. It was really just Spica. He messaged me like a week or 2 before NACL Open qualifiers it was like the deadline for submitting rosters, and he was like, yo, you want to play in the OQ? And I was like, that sounds like fun, why not? And then we were kind of just gonna figure out like how we were gonna proceed later, but I was like, yo, let me just get the boys together. I just kind of like figured this would be the best roster to be like the NA version of Los Ratones. And we submitted the roster and we ended up playing in open qualifiers. And then once we had made it, we had a discussion about like whether or not we would be able to commit to the schedule, right? Like whether or not like this would be something that everyone could do for like months. And for me, like I really didn't want us to go into OQ, or sorry, for us to go into NACL and just like troll it and just like not really care, not really put in any practice, not really like try. For me, like it would feel really bad to be in a somewhat competitive environment like NACL and just have people not putting in enough effort. So I didn't want to do it unless everyone was committed and down to do it in the right way. That was like a little back and forth that we ended up just discussing, and we all agreed, yeah, this is what we can do. It ended up working out, so we sent it, and we now we're an official NACL team.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL game number 1 between AMI versus Near Airport, or what we're calling the Super Rookies versus Super Veterans. You know, the upstarts, they gave a pretty good attempt, but ultimately Near Airport will take the game.
They will. Yeah, Near Airport. I mean, a lot of good performances across the board from this squad. You gotta give. I don't think we gave enough shout-outs to TF Blade and how well he played the Gragas. I think he did a good job breaking up those fights with the exploding cast and preventing AMI from taking the space they want, especially in that late game.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, the way this game was played out was a lot of give and take between both of these squads, a lot of willing trades, and it made it a little bit of a difficult task for Near Airport to find their way into it. But once they did, and once they were able to find that kink in the armor, it seemed like it was dead to rights. A lot of that coming off of some of these picks that we got. You already mentioned earlier TF Blade on that Gragas interrupting some of these fights. I think TF Blade, not TF Blade, excuse me, Double Lift, who was able to hop around on this Tristana and really utilize some of that range, really show just how deadly she gets in the late to mid.
Yeah, as good as AMI looked, past a certain point, I mean, 4-item Tristana with a Lulu is borderline impossible to deal with unless you have like 4 point-and-click CC abilities. And even then, you know, it's questionable. So, nicely done from AMI, but equally nicely done from Near Airport. And that bot lane of Double Lift, and Biofrost to be able to win it.
Yeah, you can see right there some of those picks that we had from the long chases coming through from Near Airport, and of course TF Blade's explosive cask. I mean, this is a solid squad. This is more of what we wanted to see out of Near Airport, especially if they want to be in that top 3 contender role, which they firmly stand at now. But to be a competitor, to take that, you know, top 1 where you can promote into the LTA North, we got to see more performances like this, and it's got to be calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and I'm curious to see what Game 2 is going to be like. We don't have a side selection just yet, but, you know, as usual, the assumption is that AMI took blue side, and it'll be interesting to see what the draft is going to be looking like in our second game of Fearless.
Dude, that chase is ruthless.
Yeah, and that buster shot is also ruthless.
Dude, Double Lift is so good at knowing a lot of what his champion can get away with.
Ooh,
I mean,
yeah.
we saw that in the CCG match when he was playing Corki. He's such a short-range champion, and somehow CCG couldn't actually take him down.
Yeah, I mean,
Same
you
thing
see
right
Baz
here, man.
also in that last fight. He did not get the move. That was power by.
Absolute suffering, man. But that's that experience that you see. Double Lift still has those hands, and even with that,
yeah,
you know, final attempt coming through, AMI can pat themselves on the back at the very least. But now it's time to dust yourself off and reevaluate for this next game.
Yeah, again, interested to see what draft is going to be looking like for these teams, especially AMI, and how they're going to go back to the drawing board. I mean, Nefiri didn't end up going through, even though I'm pretty sure it wasn't banned at all in that first game. Maybe they could angle for a first pick Nefiri. If Gwen is up, just get yourself a really strong OP champion there for AMI.
I mean, looking at some of the champions we've seen Lojaz play in the season so far, Wukong has actually been one of his better champions, facilitating a lot of the team fights. I mean, that's what we're to expect when you're a facilitator jungler, when you're the primary shot caller. If you have something that can engage a lot of big team fights, I mean, that's one that stands out. Quick shout out to our socials, you know, watch NACL, go over on X, as well as YouTube, Twitter. Keep up to date with everything going on in the tier 2 space, because hey, that's that slot DSG have, that guest slot. Yeah,
True.
Someone from tier 2 can take that, so you're gonna want to keep up to date with all things tier 2 B.
Oh, Eric, you finally caved.
What?
You called it X.
I know.
You think you know a guy, man. That's crazy.
I said it to myself too.
Even our producer is disappointed in you, man.
I'm getting
Like, this is
shamed by
ridiculous.
everyone. You should hear it in my headphones.
Deservedly so.
There's like 5 people in my headphones right now just shaming me from.
Shame.
But do keep up to date on Twitter with all
Definitely.
things NACL. Okay.
There you go.
And
Bullying works,
YouTube
kids.
And Twitch. But let's get into the game. Let's get into the draft for game number 2, the Airport versus AMI.
That's right. And okay, interesting.
Wow.
AMI chose.
Not blue, huh?
They elected to play on the red side. So that'll be interesting. Could be angling for a strong counter pick for Decoy, or any number of things. I'll be interested to see what actually manages to get through.
Hold on real quick. I want to lower my mic a little bit.
Why?
It's like covering some of the goodness right here. And
Oh, we can't have that.
Yeah,
Dude,
can't
tilt
have
it up a little. Oh, no, you said you couldn't really manipulate
no,
it.
so those who don't know, I kind of broke my mic stand last night. So
Wait, last night? How?
I have no idea. It just randomly like collapsed onto my keyboard. So
Oh, so you didn't break it. It just broke. There's
yeah,
a key
I guess so.
difference.
I guess so. Well, first band's coming out now is going to be Rumble as well as Maokai taken away on the side in the airport. Varus and Jax getting banned away. That still does leave stuff like the Nefiri that you were talking about earlier, Beat.
Yeah. I mean, at this point now, okay, with the Jace ban coming through, I mean, it's tough. You probably have to let Gwen and Nefiri go through in hopes that you can kind of handshake one of them. I'm trying to think what else is... Ambessa is also still up. There's a couple of options.
I feel like
here.
you have to ban the Gwen. There's no way you let that through.
Yeah. Because it just doesn't feel like the same value as before, like handshaking Gwen and Nefiri.
Yeah.
So, again, Nefiri left up. NA on blue side, will they capitalize?
And it's going to be an easy grab. Even with the nerfs that Riot have put on this champion, her kit is still the same thing, right? You still have the W, you still have that invuln that you can use, and it's still a very vicious champion on getting onto the back line.
Yeah, now the question. What's the response here? On the side of AMI, Sion has definitely popped up a lot in priority lately. Very self-sustaining tank. Even with Jace out of the picture, I think you're just happy to have it. A good front line.
Yeah, Sion becomes that kind of unbreakable wall that a lot of teams have to deal with in the late game, as well as getting some team fight going on with the Misfortune locked in. We've seen some of the combos that have come through in the past. In just the last series, the Lilia Misfortune combo was played too. We'll see what they try to go for right here. I mean, Baz has played a lot of Misfortune on the season, so comfort pick to that regard. Response on the support role might be a Tom Kench. It's already Yone locked in for the airport.
Yeah, I think this is exactly why we saw it banned by NA last game in the second rotation. Because when you play it into a tank blind, you have that opportunity to really abuse them. So I'm expecting TF Play to be running that one. There's still an option to shift it in the mid lane in favorable circumstances, but I think it's top play.
Yeah, so we're getting feisty now. This is just dive. Dive, 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 dive. If you're in the back line, the entire team is going to be back there with you. The Fury does it, Yone does it, Kaisa does it, and Double Lift is definitely more than willing to pop that killer instinct to go ahead and take out Baz. But here's your first response to get some counter dive going with the Poppy.
Yeah, really nice to see that one there for, I'm assuming, Low Jazz in the jungle. It kind of fits that identity we know of him, being the facilitator and playmaker, shot caller. But yeah, it gives anti-dive, like you said. That steadfast presence is going to get a lot of mileage this game, but AMI immediately seeing a problem. Their only threat in this comp is Misfortune, and against Nefiri, Yone, Kaisa, that is not acceptable. So later on, I need like some crazy late game carry mid laner or something. Or maybe they'll pull a Samikin, put the MF mid and go for something more carry oriented in the bot lane. Either way, MF as the sole threat, especially against so many dive champs, is just going to be a fast go next.
Now, Fi Mini has been willing to do some of the more quirkier picks. He's pulled out the Yone before, multiple times in the mid lane. Most played champion in the mid lane.
I mean, Yone's not quirky, but okay.
Ambessa as well has been
there
played
we
a
go.
lot by
Now
Fi
we're getting
Mini.
quirkier.
So yeah, Cho'Gath, another big one. I think we've seen Insanity play that a bit. So it's definitely hard to read what he's going to do. But if you're going to pull into that pull, I definitely echo your thoughts, Beatdown. We need some threat to come through for AMI.
And I like the Lilia ban, just recognizing that Pocus could be the one to pilot the Poppy and the carry-oriented champion going into jungle. We talked about the combination with the Lilting Lullaby and the Bullet Time. So, we'll see. What else is there?
I'm not sure, because there's a lot of flexibility with some of these picks. Seraphine getting taken away. I mean, you're already hinting at the Poppy being into the jungle role, so get some support. Maybe a front line. I mean, Nautilus, I don't believe he was picked up in the last one, so that's still on the table if they want to grab that, just to get some pill for this MF, but instead, going to lock into Talia.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy Talia, I think as a combo is really nice against heavy movement style champions. Unraveled Earth kind of functions similarly to that steadfast presence. Not as much damage maybe as I'd be expecting, but I mean, it still kind of gives you that extra threat to worry about. And everyone on NA so far has been squishy, so I think you'll end up doing enough damage.
We've seen this before. I'm curious if we're going to
He
get
has locked
another
it in?
dose of
Okay.
it. Yep, there we go. Lissandra gets locked in. Last time he played this champion, it was pretty devastating. What Lissandra really brings is you get the hard push, but you also get some of the most devastating team fight to get right in the center of it and lock people down with that Frozen Tome. So it's going to be pretty big. Yeah, the Ring of Ice, also a great crowd control tool.
Yeah, I've been a big proponent of Lissandra, even before her W got buffed. And they shaved off 2 seconds of the cooldown. I thought the champ was pretty good situationally. Now I think the champ is just really good because you'll have an easy time interacting with Talia. You can attack her through the wave she can't. And of course, you have that all-in potential that her Unraveled Earth doesn't affect. Because when you use the E, like, it doesn't matter. You'll be fine. You won't get stunned.
You go
So
under the Earth,
nicely.
you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And it adds on to this identity that we have. This team's going to dive you. This team's going to be on your back line. Lissandra also plays to that regard. And now the final support pick will be Nautilus. Renata is the response from AMI.
Yeah, so AMI just really indexing hard into anti-dive. The Renata is a great example of this. Scion can soak up a lot of damage. And the Poppy is really good in this regard as well. So it's just about trying to keep NA at arm's length and chip them down, essentially. Because we're really not looking at a lot of damage on AMI's side. There's no true tank in near airport side of the map, so it's definitely playable with carries like Misfortune and Talia, but it's not going to be easy because they have so much damage flying at you from many directions.
That's the key thing right there. Many directions. Normally, when I see a comp like AMI, I'm like, oh, 5v5 is going to be a fun time. You know, just point at the enemy team and gun them down. But what if the enemy team is like coming from there, coming from back over there? It's gonna make setup a very difficult task for AMI to have to handle with, especially going around some of these neutrals in team fight scenarios.
Yeah. So and it's exciting too though because a pole belter, really great performances previously this split on the Lissandra. He is a monster on this champion, and double lift playing the Kaisa, which is a big one for him as well, both in this league and in the past. So there is definitely a lot of comfort on top of the ferry here for Deer Airport. So it does mean AMI definitely have their work cut out for them.
For context, last time he played the Lissandra, it was against Conviction, and it's his most perfect KDA game so far. 1-0-17, 0 deaths. I mean, what more could you really ask for? When he locks in onto this Lissandra, you take the mindset that is much more team fight oriented, and Poe Belter knows how to play around that.
Right, and that's where this experience really comes in as well. And the thing that is, I think, kind of good for NA is while they do have a lot of dive, there is this chance that they are so much dive that the Poppy and Talia can't stop all of it. So it helps that you have the Renata, but if NA play this one right, they can kind of circumvent the anti-dive a little bit.
Yeah. And that's definitely going to be the mission really set here for AMI. Can you respond to this dive that's going to be thrown your way? We are having a technical pause, but it should be resolved rather soon, so we'll be on the Rift within the minute, hopefully.
Getting flashbacks to yesterday, man. I'm getting nervous. I hope that
Within
doesn't happen.
one what? Minute? No, hour.
Even that would be better than yesterday. Oh, we're even getting trolled by production. Oh man.
He told us 25 minutes and then was like, we're joking. No, I'm sorry.
I believed him too. I was like, oh.
I did too.
But still, it wouldn't have quite been 2 hours, so that's fine. We can kind of take the time to relax a little bit, talk about our potentially last game of the night, Eric, because remember, first series is done.
I mean,
might LBL.
I think it's a good time to reframe like the grand landscape of things. Top 6, you qualify into the playoffs. Bottom 2, you have to fight for relegation. That makes every single match so important in a single round robin. That's why even for AMI going against a team the caliber of Near Airport, they will be slugging as hard as they can, even against the odds. Well, we're into game number 2. Apex Mission Impossible, Near Airport.
This is off the back of a pretty good game from Apex Mission Impossible, even though they did lose it out. They were playing a lot more of what we were expecting from these teams, especially when you're playing against top teams like Near Airport in Challengers League here in 2025. So we'll see. They have a clear way to play out this composition in Game 2. Will they be able to make it happen? It's the million-dollar question. No briefcase involved. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, we'll get him back someday. I can't be the only bald guy for this long.
For his sake, I hope not, but I feel you.
I live close enough to Hawk. I'll just shave his head.
Honestly, perfect strategy. Respect.
We'll get some kind of bet going.
Yeah, are you gonna coerce him into a bad bald bet or something?
You know what I used to do is I used to coerce Kangas into bad bets that were bad for me. Like one time.
Is it really coercion then?
No, I wanted to shave my face. One time, and I did a bet. I think it was Suning. It was like Worlds. And that Suning would beat Tess, and we bet beards, and Kangas lost his beard because everyone thought Tess was gonna win.
Wait, that's so funny. I can't. That was 5 years ago, by the way.
Yeah, time flies, man. We've been squad for a long time.
True. Respect.
Speaking of squad for a long time, hey, look at that. We got something to tangent to because Double Lift, Biofrost, Pobelter, they've all played together for a long time. Speaka. You figure out the rest, Pete.
They've all played in the LCS, and you know some of them won championships. There you go. That's the rest.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, hey, no problem, man. I got you.
All right, so early game points right now I want to get into because, again, this is an uphill battle for AMI. Oh, a nice hook coming out from Biofrost.
Quite literally.
I did not see that one coming through, but he finds it, and Speaka's around the corner. They will see Speaka come, and Biofrost will continue the chase, waiting for the cooldown of the next hook.
Buddy.
Oh, boy. Yep, there it is. Flash going to be burned out of focus.
Oh, hey.
Oh, that's just mean.
No, honestly, with how, difficult it is to land of a lot of abilities because of the pack, deserved. Lojaz though, response. Oh yeah.
TF Blade.
Surely TF Blade is dead. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Okay, yeah, he should just easily follow through with the flash. First blood will be found by AMI.
I've watched enough Gemi to know how that goes down. Nice response there from Lojaz. Go flash for flash, but it's like a half summoner spell because he has Hex Flash. So it could set up an opportunity for him to gank TF Blade again.
I mean, it was pretty simple and to the point right here. You're overextended, you have low health, I will gank you, and I will get first blood.
It doesn't get any simpler than that. So, we're getting word though.
Oh.
That kill was so dastardly that everybody had to pause. And yeah, that's not what happened. There was a tech pause, you know, it's life. That's League of Legends, that's gaming, that's pod racing, I don't know. Give me another thing.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, that's kind of the nature of a remote broadcast. We had that happen last week where my internet was out and I didn't get to cast, and you got to be a play-by-play, Peter.
That's true. It was fun to put on the play-by-play cosplay. I had a good time. Also, it's funny, this game, you know that meme like, I'm alive, I'm dead, I'm alive again. That's what these quick pauses feel like. I just wanted to throw that out there. I wanted you to know, Eric.
They're testing our anxiety, basically.
True, very true.
After yesterday's 2-hour tech break.
Oh God, yeah. That was brutal.
Oh, look at this. A little bit of an exchange going out here as Phi Mini very, very low on mana. Pobelter trading out has been getting the better of a lot of these CS exchanges. And that always bodes really well when you're Lissandra in the mid lane because you sync up with your jungler so well with that claw.
You do. Now, I will say Lojaz, because he was pathing down and he went for that play topside, it did significantly slow down his clear. It gives Speaka this opportunity to spend some extra time fishing out for respawn jungle camp there from Lojaz. I think he found it with the respawn Krug.
Oh yeah, he did.
That's going to be a pretty big takeaway there, but Lojaz, of course, he's going to respond, so could be worse. Oh, nope, he's going to go for a gank.
Yeah, he's focusing onto the mid lane. There's a gank going on in the top lane at the same time, so kind of got action going all over the place. Pobelter did burn his flash off screen.
Yeah, he did, so another nice gank coming through from Lojaz, but now top lane, something's going to happen any second.
Oh, Decoy, you're going to be utilizing that passive quite a bit as the W going to be used right there. Oh my goodness! Decoy will outplay and get the kill on a TF Blade.
I might need to watch that one again. I don't know what happened. Spiga just left, and that's crazy. Low Jazz, he doesn't end up taking away any camps in response, just goes for his respawn Raptors, but like, that just feels great as a jungler. Like, my laner's got this, man, whatever.
Oh, man. I thought we were going zombie mode. I thought we were going to be using the passive, but Decoy had other plans.
I had this whole spiel about this is what's great about Sion, guys. Even when he dies, he can collect the wave. Well, you collect it even better when you don't die, because, yeah, I guess TF Blade ended up tank. Oh, no! Spica dropped the aggro. That's what happened. So when you go in vulnerability, when you use the invulnerability of Fury, you drop the aggro. So TF Blade took it. Maybe a little bit of a anti-synergy there.
A combination of things, too, because TF Blade, remember, he got ganked earlier. He burnt his flash. So he didn't have flash to get over that wall and break the aggro. A lot of small things. This is League of Legends. It's a game of inches. Sometimes you do get a lot out of that. 2 kills early for AMI.
Yeah, big deal. And on the other side of the map, I mean, Low Jazz is just happy to use that chance to spend his gold, come secure the Dragon, since he has that double range bot lane, especially into a Kai'Sa. He's going to be able to have that priority. It's just kind of the way it goes.
Easy Drake take, all the meanwhile Spica will be towards that top side, clearing out the rest of his waves. We're getting closer and closer to the point where that Nefiri should be more active on the map. And that's where things can get a bit more dangerous. Again, Pobelter's on Lissandra. Lissandra wants to get free from the lane and influence those side lanes.
Yeah, now, top laners just go ult for ult. Not a whole lot really comes from it. Low Jazz, on the other hand, he's really got a bone to pick with Pobelter, trying to go around what he assumes is, correctly, is a ward in that bottom mid brush, but he doesn't know there's another ward on the other side of the red buff. So that time spent gives Spica a chance to clear out the grubs, and it does keep him ahead of Low Jazz in terms of experience as well. So Low Jazz, question is, do we farm or do we fight? And he says Poppy fights.
You know, fighting is a way of farming as long as you get the kills. So here comes Low Jazz, looking for double lift, steadfast presence. It's going to pull Biofrost so deep behind enemy lines, and that's an easy kill for AMI, who will get 3 unanswered.
Yeah, really nice early game coming through from AMI, both from the ganks Low Jazz has secured and Decoy's outplay in the top side. It does give Spica this opportunity to take away a lot of farm from Low Jazz. There will be some bit of a response, but not quite the same. You can see Spica's got a good bit ahead in farm. Oh my god, he says
what are you doing, Low Jazz? Are you really just hunting this poor man down, slammed against his own tower? 4 kills unanswered now for AMI's early game.
Wow, okay, that's actually a big deal. Low Jazz, he sacrifices a lot on his side for that play, but it ends up paying off big time. Double Lift didn't have flash, he uses cleanse, and he drops a giant wave in the process. That is still brutal. There. I thought, okay, that's crazy. Keep his verdict.
Low Jazz is just there for the longest time. He sets up a tent. Not even a tent, he's building a log house into the bottom lane.
Bro, it's never been about farm. It's all about for the love of the game, and that game is ganking. It's good stuff here from Low Jazz so far in this early game. Again, he's probably going to be like permanently behind of Spica the whole game, but he's playing Poppy, so it's honestly super chill.
I'm very impressed by his Poppy play.
Yeah.
I gotta say, especially for being, you know, one of these young upstart rookies that haven't played in NACL ever, and to have a game like this where you're influencing the map so much, doing these very, very aggressive, it almost feels personal with the ganks that we're getting in the bot lane.
I don't know.
It's a great look from Low Jazz, man.
It was a lot of personal play in the mid lane too, so that's what I mean. I don't think it's personal for Low Jazz. It's just business.
We'll see if he ends up down in his bottom lane again. Right now, he's clearing over towards his top side. Looking at what's on the map right now, I mean, we're only 10 minutes into this, and this has been pretty well-controlled game for AMI. You got 2 minutes before Dragon comes up. With 2 kills on Boz. That does mean you do have some decent control where you put this bottom lane. So if they want to play for that Drake, that is one objective to go for.
The only thing that feels bad is that, again, several dive threats on NA's side. There's a low chance Baz is going to be able to get off a very effective bullet time, besides like the craziest circumstances. So, gonna have to rely on auto attacks and Qs quite a bit.
And Bio's like, well, I can't dive like them, but I can press R on you.
Yeah, I was like, and then what?
Like, bullet time that.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's the frustrations Boz will have to get through as this game continues. Dragon still spawning in a minute and 10, and you already see a lot of attention put from AMI towards this bottom side. Teleport coming out. I was curious if they were going to play onto that teleport because it was right in the open, but nope, just fighting for the vision.
I'm pretty curious. I think fighting for this Drake is going to be hard, just because even though it's not stacked, Full Belter is still sitting on the Roa. And Spica, crucially, he has the Eclipse in the inventory as well. So big spike for Nefiri, really strong item. And it means that you probably don't want to fight with this dog for a little bit. Oh, unless you have Sundered Sky, then it's totally fine.
Different situation there, all thanks to low jazz.
Yeah. It's the low jazz difference.
Jazzing out.
Wait, what?
Low jazzing out, man.
Oh, okay. I don't know what I heard, but it wasn't that.
I don't want to know what you heard. And we got 5 seconds before Grubs. Now come back up. Now, near airport, they did get the first spawn of Grubs. It doesn't look like they're considering the second spawn. It does look like they want to focus on the Dragon more. A lot of that because of the positioning that we're seeing. It's the lane swap for AMI, but not for near airport.
Yeah, I think because of how quickly Baz was able to get that first item, it is the BT really strong from Misfortune. And they probably don't want to try and fight right now, even though 6 Grubs would have worked out really nicely for them. So in exchange, and they do get a Drake. They do slow down that Drake stacking, but there's that opportunity. Do we kill TF Blade? A lot of people are posturing.
Yeah, I mean, they are eyeballing for that dive in the top side. Speak secures the Drake. Now TF Blade, these are shark-infested waters you got to deal with.
He's definitely in danger. The wave isn't quite in. Oh,
Ultimate, he's going to go fast. He just wants to take the fight right to Boz before the rest of the team shows up. But there's 4 members here, hopping right over, caught underneath the tower. Biofrost is able to make it a 1-for-1.
I mean, we're going to call that worth because a kill on this. Oh, okay, it's less worth. It's less worth. I lied.
It's about to be very worth for near airport side of things. It's the ultimate looking to get popped out. It gets blocked out by low jazz. Bullet time found. Spica taking too much pain. Biofrost can't finish the deal, and Boz will get a kill.
I lied again. We're back to worth. We're back to worth. Low jazz clutches it out, saving his 80 carry from what looked like certain death. So AMI, they come out on top. They secure extra kills, and they knock down a few turret plates in the process. DF Blade, though, they want something back.
All right, the fight back for near airport is onto the Scion decoy. Does not have his ultimate. He does have his flash, and he has a pretty big, beefy HP pool, so he will escape.
I was going to say, he's sitting on Sunfire. These people won't hurt him. And I think that is something that might end up working pretty nicely in AMI's favor that I didn't really notice before. Decoy has a chance to just build a buttload of armor, Deserex. Lissandra, good champion, big fan. Tank Buster, absolutely not. So you could go 2, 3 armor items deep and make double lift to TF Blade and Spica hate themselves.
Yeah, when they step up to you, it's just going to be the brick wall, man, and you're fighting it with Q-tips. You're not getting through that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And that's the type of scaling that Decoy has on the table as long as things keep going positive for AMI. Now, they've only gotten about a 1K lead even with all these kills, so that's a lot of the passive gold that's now being shown by Near Airport to keep this game relatively even.
Yeah, a lot of what's keeping them in it is the fact that TF Blade has been out-farming Decoy quite a bit. Spica is doing the same with how much he's been invading Low Jazz and taking away his jungle camp. So, kind of helps. The Fury is still very strong. TF Blade's also hit its first item. But it's AMI who are sitting on quite a lot of bounties. So one good team fight in NA's favor could actually give them a pretty significant lead.
We'll see what that fight's going to be around. I mean, you have 2 minutes 30 seconds before Dragon comes up. Usually a bit of a team fight timer. Boz in the mid lane, however, might fall victim as the Hound's Pursuit comes out. The chase onto Boz. He's able to sidestep the hook, but can't sidestep this damage. Shut down for Spica.
That was the biggest shutdown too that we were just highlighting earlier on. So big punish onto Baz, who flashless misfortune, a bit of a misplay stepping that far up, and it's punished nicely. So, and looking back now at objectives that may spawn soon, we're looking at a Herald that's going to be up very shortly. And that's probably going to be the next point of contention for both these teams.
AMI starting to hover around this top side, not realizing the danger that might await them. They have a ward there, but the Hex Blast right through the ward will catch out Focus, and Phi Mini gets caught out. Wait, that might buy a lot of time right here because Biofrost is going to fall. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1, now 2-for-1 in favor of Near Airport, but double lift falls and AMI will even it up. Looking for Moore's Low Jazz as he'll go for the chase onto Spica, but Spica's got the damage and Low Jazz has got to get out. Now the chase following through. Pobelter going in with the claw, finds it with the Ring of Frost and gets the shutdown back for Near Airport.
And we're back to being NA favored after that exchange. It was close, but they walk away with the favorable trade. And it's going to give them more gold onto this carry and the Neferi, who's really strong, and going to give them that perfect opportunity to secure this next Rift Herald. So AMI, pretty good start to this early game. Now control is slipping from their hands.
There were 4 bounties on the board for AMI. 3 of those got claimed in that last fight. The influx of gold for Near Airport have turned it to a 1k lead for AMI to now a 1.6k lead for Near Airport. So a 2.5k swing of gold would be pretty big here for the turning of the tides. Still, Decoy is building a lot of that armor. You did see he finished the Bramble Vest. So still working his way over towards being that unkillable tank that this team's going to need.
He is going to be a big frontliner, which makes me not as worried yet about AMI's team fighting abilities. For the most part, when they skirmish and fight, Decoy hasn't actually been there. He's been weak-sided pretty hard, so that could be the difference maker. But right now, AMI going to easily secure this Herald for themselves as NA focus on securing this bottom side jungle, securing that bottom side river so that they can keep dragon stacking and deny that win con from AMI.
A lot of deep vision coming out from Near Airport. They have it pretty much on every single access ramp that you can think of, minus the one on the outer tower. They don't really need it that far though. Pobelter underneath the tower is by himself. He does have his ultimate to try and buy some time and get some health right back. But there's the Weaver's Wall. It will result in a chase onto Pobelter, who flashes out.
Teleport.
He's got more time, and he's got backup with the teleport. That means that Pobelter lives.
Wow, so that's really nicely done there from Pobelter to live that play, because he was the trade. He was what AMI were sacrificing Dragon for. They didn't even secure it, and Spica...
There we go. Put that armor to work, man. Put that armor to work. Instead, gonna run the opposite way. Here comes the pursuit of the Hounds. Drift in through the minions. Will collect one more wave before his life is forfeit to both Spica and Pobelter.
Too bad he couldn't get the cannon, but he was able to secure some gold in the process. But down he goes as TF Blade under a little bit of threat here on the top side. AMI, they gotta make a play somehow.
Yeah, they want TF Blade. Steadfast Presence will lock down TF Blade for a little bit longer. This should be an easy pickup, an easy kill as Phi Mini almost gets more than he bargained for. Still kill going over to AMI.
That feels bad though, going into Focus's pocket, but it's still something. You get TF Blade off the map, and the hope is that you can get this wave into the turret, but the response from NA is swift. If they attempt to touch that turret, they are done and dusted. So they recognize this, they're gonna back off, and it's a good response from NA.
2.2k lead now for Near Airport. Double lift walking up. More control for Near Airport towards this top side. Not too much to really fight over. We will have an Oddcon spawn coming up soon. I don't expect teams to take an early skirmish over that. At the moment, it should be more of a fight over a lot of this positioning for vision and these potential flank angles that Near Airport can set up.
I gotta imagine the next big point of contention is going to be that Ocean Dragon in 3 minutes time, because it will be Ocean Soul point for NA if they secure it. And I think that will really exacerbate our earlier game concerns when we were in the draft, looking at AMI's comp saying, yeah, they might not have enough damage. I think Ocean Soul will really make that problem substantially larger. So AMI wanting to see them try and at least secure this next dragon or deny the soul and just make it so that nobody has it. If nobody has it or you get it, that's fine. That's great even.
It's definitely got to be with a lot of care, though, because a lot of your econ is on Baz. If he goes down, that's the team fight lost. That's all your damage gone. I mean, 5 Mini can bring a decent amount of damage on the Talia, but you're really relying on that kind of wombo combo setup for the bullet time. Now near airport, setting up on the river while the Skull Crab's getting taken. Hook comes in, Steadfast Presence going to be used as well as the depth charge. Boz coming in from an angle, but here comes TF late as well, waiting for the Steadfast Presence into timeout so he can pop his ultimate. Fate Seal doesn't catch as much as he wants to. Focus now backing out. Here comes Fobelter, will use the Frozen Tome. One picked off by Double Lift, going after 5 Mini. 5 Mini has a lot of room. He needs to make it, can't make enough. Will instead go 6 feet under into the grave as near airport. Clean up for the ace. One more big ol' Scion to take down, and their lumberjacks, they'll chop down that tree. Ace for near airport.
Big team fight here for NA, and it's going to give them that opportunity to set up for the Otacon. They don't have the HP bars to do it now, but it's still such a big injection of gold, and never mind, they feel confident enough to go for it. Let's hope Double Lift's been playing WoW.
Yeah, here we go. Otacon started up, but look at AMI. They're not moving into that direction. They're headed towards the bot lane, so they can't really get any counterpunch onto this. This Otacon belongs solely to near airport.
Yeah, and it is, actually, I think this is worse for AMI. It's Ruinous Otacon, so they'll be collecting Blood Roses. A lot of experience is coming through. Pobelter is already level 16 at 21 minutes of the game. He has that max rank ultimate. He's very strong.
Okay. Pobelter has teleport. I'm curious if they're going to try and make any play down here, or if they're just going to sacrifice the lane. It's 3-on-1. Poor guy. He's the sacrificial lamb for near airport to claim that Otacon.
Yeah, good trade. It isn't quite equal in value, but they still managed to get something. Problem is, they had to drop a big wave to do it, and it means their wave is way too far away to threaten that bottom tier 1 turret. So again, not as big of a trade as they may be hoping for. The only solace that AMI and AMI fans have is the fact that that kill allowed AMI a chance to kind of set up vision around this bottom side, which will hopefully let them secure the dragon.
Look at Low Jazz. He's always going for these sneaky plays. He goes behind the Raptor camp and just drops Herald on their tower. You can tell the rest of the team was like kind of caught off guard by it. They're like, wait, why is that spawning there? I got to give credit to Low Jazz though. He's very proactive on the map.
Yeah.
And looking for a lot of these plays. Now with Dragon spawning, you mentioned some of the pains of giving up an Ocean Drake over to near airport, so AMI are looking for an early setup. But yeah, you mentioned it. Pobelter's down there alongside Spica.
Oh, here we go.
All right, Low Jazz going to be the first one pulled. He's all by his lonesome.
What?
That's for nothing. A free kill over to near airport.
It looks like the rest. Oh, wait, we're not done.
Yeah, Killer Instinct follows through, cleaning up Pocus. Decoy looking to escape the grasp of TF Blade. Finally, the recall. 2-for-0 in an open Drake, as well as a tower in the sights of near airport.
And the rest of AMI just didn't see the vision that Low Jazz saw, Baz.
How's Pursuit just eviscerates Baz, man? That was disgusting. He'll go after Decoy to get the double kill. And 5 Mini on the wrong side of the map. He can't even get to his own base. It's going to be the zombie that buys him time as near airport take absolute control of this game.
Oh, they're ripping AMI to shreds. It looks like they're done fooling around because now they've been dismantling them so far these last 10 minutes or so. Now we're looking at a 10,000 gold lead and they just keep winning fight after fight after fight. And it really doesn't get easier from here. We're seeing the issues in terms of damage from AMI's comp to come to fruition. And they're not really getting any stronger with how far behind they are.
Another Dragon picked up by near airport, getting this lead almost to the 10K mark, 24 minutes into this. This is domination. This is near airport. This is the veterancy that you were hoping to see when this roster was announced. And they continue to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, they sure do. Now, is Focus in trouble? No, he's going to walk out. With that being said, now the next objective on the map is going to be the Baron. Near airport are so strong that they can easily get vision set up. They can easily take this for them. And well, they want more than that. It's not enough to get the Baron. They want to pad those stats.
Spica just happily hopping over the wall. as now this is where the stranglehold starts to come in. And AMI are going to feel that every single lane is starting to get shoved in by Near Airport. The top side has a lot of control. Mid lane, you have Spica meeting down there. TF Blade going for the bottom lane. Only benefit right now is TF Blade doesn't have his teleport available. So if he does stay down there, and if you are able to keep him down there, you might find yourself a 4v5.
Yeah, that's kind of the question, though. You see him on the mini-map pushing out a wave. I don't know how far he's actually going to go. Oh, he's actually going to push that one far? Yeah, so I'd actually like AMI to do what you're talking about, knowing that he can't join if there's a situation, and Decoy can.
But that might have been the window closing. TF Blade now moving into the jungle, and the rest of Near Airport hovering around the Baron.
And again, it's just Near Airport, what they've been doing so well.
No. 5 minis by himself.
Oh, nice.
He will get the flick, but gets pulled back in by Biofrost. Now deep in the fight is Lojaz.
Whoa!
Lojaz trying to fight it, but doesn't land on anything. Pole Bouncer comes in with the flank. 2 kills picked up by the carries of Near Airport. They'll chase down Boz. They'll kill him. Double lift once more. And with Spica popping out the hounds, he will go godlike. And that's the game. Near Airport take it.
And they're going to use the path that TF Blade set up in the bot lane to knock it down. Decoy has to watch as the base falls all around him, and he's probably going to die in the process, Eric. This is over.
Yeah, he's just going to hop on in. I was hoping he would continue that chase and just run away from the base. Don't become another victim, but that's what he is as Near Airport demolish AMI's base.
This is the NA that we expect to see. This is one of the top 3 teams in the league. AMI, they made it look good for a while, but you can't beat talent like this.
They fought with trades. They slugged it out. Now here we go. One more attempt to fight back at Near Airport, but here comes Belter, able to get the Ring of Frost through, slam it against the wall, but will go golden in time. Interrupting the bullet time is Biofrost as Misfortune suffers a death like no other, and now Near Airport have their victory.
Yeah, they're going to get the 2-0 game, and they're going to continue the win streak they've been on these last couple of weeks.
17K was that lead. Near Airport, a dominant game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a much better look from game 1. I think AMI, again, showed us pretty good performances, but NA, they're too good, they're too hard to beat, and there's a reason that this team is one of our touted top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Near Airport, man, that was a very calculated game coming from them. We talked about the improvements that they have been making. It's definitely showing because a lot of what they're doing on the map is, you know, really analyzing the risk that they're taking when they go for these trades and understanding where the weak points that you can punish and continue to find those leads are found. Even in that game where we had AMI getting a lead, they cash in 3 shutdowns back to back to back, and from there they just take over.
Yeah, it is difficult. Again, there were challenges with that comp that AMI had. Not enough anti-dive, perhaps. Definitely not enough damage, and too much coming through on the side of Near Airport. Valiant effort, but I mean, again, they're too good.
Yeah, way too good. And it's always fun seeing a lot of these picks that we're having coming through from Near Airport. I mean, the Lissandra to me is one of the most fun ones I've been seeing with the angles that that Belter's been taking, not even just with the Frozen Tome itself, but you were talking about the Ring of Frost.
Yeah.
What he can do with that champion to pretty much dismantle a team fight has been huge for Near Airport.
Yeah, and I will say, Lojaz, some pretty good looks on the Poppy, especially early on. For real, like he was sacrificing a lot in terms of farm, which I think was part of what allowed Spica to get so strong. But there was legitimate value from that decision. The fact that he was able to help get his laners ahead, especially Baz in the bot lane. But he was playing Misfortune. So, you know, that extra gold you get, it's slightly less valuable. It is what it is.
Definitely is. I mean, I did like some of the bullet times, though. There were a few that were properly set up and made it really hard. I remember the one where Spica, I think this was it right here. You're going to see Spica become very indecisive because he's trying to measure out, can I actually get past this damage in time? Watch, right? Is this the one? Yeah. So the bullet time comes out, and then look at Spica.
Yeah.
Like that's brutal. A lot of that is because Baz does know how to set up on some of this positioning. And then you see the rookie moments like this to go ahead and contrast.
That's too funny timing. But you know, it's everybody gets one. It's fine. I think at the end of it, a lot of it was that Near Airport did a really good job setting up the map so that they could always trade up. And they always got more out of their dives than AMI did. I mean, this is just one of many examples that we saw. Even though Baz got some answers back, and he was still NA favored. And I think that was kind of the story of this game too, where every trade they made still leaned towards NA, and then it got worse and worse and worse until NA just won the game.
For the longest time, AMI were able to hold that 1K gold lead. And while that felt good, it just wasn't growing. Every time AMI got a kill, lead did not grow. It kept staying in the same spot. And then when it was Near Airport finding their team fights, finding their wins, suddenly it's an explosive growth of gold, taking advantage of a lot of those shutdowns. And I mean, that's kind of the veterancy on full display right there, B.
Yeah, 100%. So it's been, it is nice. This is still a big deal overall for Apex Mission Impossible looking at the rest of the season. Weren't able to secure a win, but they already have 2. And when it comes to maintaining your spot in the league, not a guarantee, but 3 is kind of that magic number. And considering AMI have also beaten Pulse and Winthrop, that gives them a really good chance at beating them if there are any tiebreaker scenarios.
Yeah, and that brings us back to the conversation before for AMI, which is the trip to Death Valley, right?
Yeah,
I think
true.
For day 1 in Death Valley, not bad. Not bad of a showing. Again, the trip to Death Valley, for those of you who don't understand what we're talking about, the teams that AMI has to go against, it was NA, that was their game 1. The next game is LG, next game is DZ. Top 3 teams, man. That's a lot of pressure. But hey, you know, you had the strongest start you could possibly have in a loss, that is, in defeat against Near Airport.
Yeah, so it'll be exciting to see what AMI are going to be able to do next week as we close this one out, just because the improvement from week to week is very clear on this roster, and that makes you excited for the trajectory going forward.
But speaking of week-to-week improvement, I mean, you still have to look at Near Airport. I mean, it takes me back to that interview that we've mentioned a few times now with Double Lift, where he was saying that, like, this is not a joke, this is not something they're taking lightly, they're being very serious about how they're approaching Tier 2 and the NACL, and they do want to promote from that DSG guest slot.
Yeah, they do. That's going to be the question there. A lot of these teams vying for that opportunity to take DSG's spot. And I mean, looking at how things are going in the LCS for DSG, it's definitely possible, especially when you consider how strong the top 3 in this league are. So keep your eyes out on this team, on LG, on DZ, and how they perform towards the end of this year.
All right, so Near Airport taking that 2-0. We are going to have an interview in just a moment with, I believe, Biofrost we have on standby to join us to talk about some of the beats that went through that game and how their growth and development has been going. Because, you know, it's one thing to hear it from Double Lift, but I do want to hear from the rest of the team on how they're taking this step forward throughout the NACL.
Just say you hate Double Lift, bro. It's okay.
No, he gave great answers,
I won't
man.
judge you.
I cannot hate on the answers he gave. They were very descriptive.
I'm just messing with you, bro. It's okay. It's all right. No one in chat believed me. It's fine.
All right. We got Biofrost ready, so let's bring him to the broadcast. All right, Biofrost, how you doing, brother? Congratulations on the win.
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. It was a pretty fun game to see. I want to ask, because AMI, we saw them as this like super rookie group. It's their first time playing in NACL. What were your opinions going against a team like that? Because it felt like they were able to keep up with a lot of the early game plays that you guys were doing.
Yeah, I think we've scrimmed them in the past, and they also came up through the NACL like us for the qualifiers. To be honest, I didn't know too much about their games, but they played pretty well today. I think they had a solid early game plan, especially in the second game. We did have a couple of miscommunications, which led to us dying and kind of giving up a lead, but we had a good team fight, so we turned it around.
I'm really curious because last time I interviewed one of you guys, it was after your match against CCG where you guys had 3 tanks and Corky. And Double Lift was talking about how, you know, you guys want to really improve the draft, gameplay, and things like that. That was a few weeks ago. So how do you feel about your team's improvements since then? Do you guys think you've stepped it up? You think you got more to go? Talk to us about it.
I think every team, when they're initially formed, they go through some sort of pain of deciding what style to play. I think players in general can play a variety of different champs, and you kind of have to figure out what style is best for your team. So we're kind of going through that right now and picking out which combos are like the best for us. I think everything for us is streamed, so people can kind of see the growth in that and kind of pinpoint on like what comps we're leaning more towards. In general, though, I think we've been playing comps that are like a little bit more scaling, less harder to execute. Because earlier on in the split, we were playing some like pretty hard to execute comps with carry champs everywhere. Ironically, that's what we won with today. We generally don't draft comps like this that we played in the second game, but I'm glad we won it regardless.
Okay, I've been asking this question quite a bit, just because coming into the split, there was a very clear top 3 as to what a lot of people viewed, being Dark Zero, Luminosity Gaming, and your team Near Airport. I want to know your opinion about the 2 teams that a lot of people see as your competitors in Dark Zero and Luminosity.
Yeah, I think Luminosity is pretty good because they have a roster full of veterans. That roster could be an LCS. For Dark Zero, they have a lot of structure with their team. They have a lot of like resources in terms of like they're being sponsored, or like all their players have been like together for a while. I mean, their bot lane has been swapped, but in general, they've been together longer. So they have that like inherent synergy and structure there. But I think our team ramps up with more games because we do have a lot of experience under our belt. So it's more about, I think, just getting in enough games as a team and learning what style fits us the best. And I think we'll rapidly catch up. I don't think we're better than those teams right now. I mean, we lost against Luminosity, right? So it's weird to say that we're better than them. But I think we can build over time. And hopefully by playoffs, we'll put up a good showing. I think even now we'll put up a good showing, but like make it very competitive.
I wanted to ask you, I've been seeing something about an IRL
Yeah.
that you guys are doing. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
I think we're going for Hotbot later. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's what we always eat. I think it's also Lena's birthday today, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But we're going to celebrate, maybe play board games. It would have been really awkward if we lost because we would still have done the IRL stream and then we're just like
Just awkward
kind of
energy.
miserable. But now it's
Yeah.
good because we won
like-
and then we're going to have a good time, eat some good food. Hopefully it's Hotpot because like I love Hotpot.
What, are we talking like Heidi Lau? What's your hot
Yes,
hot
Heidi
place?
Lau, like
Yeah,
go
okay,
meet
we
us
go.
there. Say hi.
Oh, respect.
All right. I don't want to take up any of your time, so you can go enjoy that food. So, do you have any shout-outs before we let you go?
Shout out to Near Airport. That is our team. If you like our team, check out our streams. You know, check out our YouTube. We scrim Monday. Wait, no, do we? I don't even know. We scrim Wednesdays, Fridays, Mondays, I believe. And yeah, just check us out. We stream everything.
All right. We want to thank you for joining us and wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season, Biofrost.
Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, Heidi Lau, it's a man of class, man. That's one of the top hot places you can really go in here in SoCal.
Yeah. We actually recently got a Heidi Lau in Toronto, so I got to try it at some point. I know. But it's funny that you mentioned it. I saw a video on it the other day, so when you said it, I was like, oh,
And
what?
I also like that we got a viewpoint similar to what we had from Double Lift, talking about how this team ramps up with time. It's going to take a while to figure
Yeah.
out what your playstyle and what your identity really is going to be as a full 5 team.
Yeah, and it is funny that, even despite him saying that, like you said, there was their comp in game 2 isn't quite the style that they want to go for overall. But hey, they won, and it was
So let's
fun.
pull up our MVP of the series, and that is going to be the man, the myth, the legend. It is Spica for this series. I mean, what we saw, especially on the Nefiri, man, it is so hard to get that damn dog off you. And with Spica piling it, it just gets that much harder.
Yeah, especially again, he got that early game advantage because Lojaz sacrificed a lot of his farm and tempo to assist his other laners. And while that got some legitimate value, it also allowed this Nefiri to get fed. And nerfs or not, gold is the great equalizer, and Spica used it well.
Yeah, and Spica was such a huge influence on the team. I remember we were talking a little bit earlier in previous weeks about how we feel about the way near airport play when Biofost is pressured and he's not able to sync up with Spica. We got kind of a glimpse of that Spica can manage on his own quite well to get the team the leads they need.
Yeah, and they look great doing it. So it is nice to see that near airport still pretty convincingly and dominantly can keep up these 2-0s that they've largely been getting, as again, they solidify themselves in that top 3. Biofrost even talking about how they're hoping to get even better, and they could be the best team by playoffs. So it makes me more excited for the end of that regular split, just to see how well these top teams are going to perform and how well everyone who makes top 6 will improve.
And I really like the way he worded. He said best team by playoffs. It means he doesn't believe he's the best team right now. He believes there's a lot of growth that this team still has to go through, and you know, it's putting ego aside, and it's really reality checking yourself and understanding where you need to be at as a team player. Let's pull up the standings so we can start wrapping up this broadcast, see how things have shaped up after the what we call the hump week, the middle of the ground now passed.
That's right, and now near airport, because of this victory that they have gotten, they've put themselves ahead of Luminosity Gaming. So a little bit of shifting in that top 3 with Dark Zero sitting pretty at number 1. A Conviction move up because Winthrop lost. I think it's another big one worth mentioning, as I think some of these earlier matches, if you're not one of the top 3, running into the top 3 is basically a scheduled loss. So now that we're seeing the likes of CCG move up, now that they're facing the rest of the league, same with Conviction and even AMI in some ways, we're getting that better picture of what these standings should actually look like.
But now we're starting to see much more competition on the bottom side of the standings now, Pete. A reminder, bottom 2 have to re-qualify to get into the NACL. So for teams like Blue Otter, Supernova, and Polestar, you are past the halfway point. It's time to start covering ground.
It's time to lock in. Like, there's nothing else
lock
to
in,
say.
Man.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in for 8, 9, and 10 in this league, but someone's going to have to finish in that bottom 2, and we're just going to find out who.
Hey, B, looking at Dark Zero, you want to put any bets up there? Do you think they actually go undefeated?
Trying to lure me into a bald bet, bro? Nice try.
I tried.
You think I don't know what you're up to, man? You can't fool me. You can never fool me.
I'll bait someone into a bald bet. Well, that was difficult. Let's pull up the schedule so I can get out of here, man. For next week, Wednesday, we will have Dark Zero Dragon still taking on Near Airport. That's going to be a huge game, going to be a banger one. And the trip to Death Valley for AMI continues as they'll take on Luminosity Gaming.
That's right. I mean, match number 1 on the 23rd. Mark your calendars, because that's got to be one of the best games of the split, if not the best. It's going to be really exciting. And, you know, after what we saw from AMI today, I'm really interested in that second series as well.
Me too,
how they'll play into Luminosity Gaming. So I think both series will be fun.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited about that. We're going to have some pretty good bangers coming up over next week. But for this week, we're done, man. And you know what that means? That means I don't have to think about League of Legends. I'm going to be thinking about WrestleMania because that's coming up this weekend, man. So I'm excited for that. Pete, you got anything going on the weekend?
The weekend, I mean, it's Easter here. I'm just super chilling, and I don't want to think or do anything. And it's going to be nice.
That's the way it should
really
be,
quick,
man.
can I say something?
Go ahead,
I think,
go
chat, we should all just congratulate Eric. He had a tummy ache. He made it through the cast. Good job, bro. Like,
My tummy
everyone
was
put
aching,
use
man.
put use in the chat for Eric, bro. Just give him the fist bump.
Thank you very much. I survived.
You made it. You thrived.
I will live to see another day.
I hope so.
For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desperate Patron. This has been Beatdown Boulevard. A big shout out to our production who make this possible, all the staff, the players, the coaches who participate in this tournament. Of course, you for tuning in to our Ugly Mugs. Be sure to tune in next week, Wednesday, for more NACL. We'll see you then. uneven ground right now. Ultimate will be used. Jumping in is Aljun. He will go golden to buy some time. Chain of Corruption goes out. 35 looking to flash out. Steel dies. Now Ragnarok being burnt away. Denethor looking to hop in. Crimson will fall. Bullet time goes out. Winthrop University, they're finding some angles back in. Erased by himself. But here comes Dardock onto the back line by himself. Goes after Wilson, and the pack will claim another victim. Now Winthrop on retreat. Call of the pack going forward as Sword has to flash out another piercing arrow. The bailout if he needs it. No one's able to get back there with him. They have the GA on top of it, so there's no worries whatsoever. Denethor will go for the long chase. Ooh, Aljun getting critically low, but Breezy is still alive and he will thrive. Same can't be said for Sword as he gets caught by the Q3. Pulled right back in. Double kill for Crimson. GA gonna be popped once again, and Winthrop University, they're fighting to stay in this, but they're not making much ground when the teleports are bringing CCG right back into the fight. Winsome looking to make some ground. Dardock fighting off more than he can chew. The bailout going to be used. Wants to take out mobility. Gets shut down by Wilson. Nexus tower number 2 going to fall as the teleport gets channeled in. Crimson has arrived. Breezy is still there. So is Aljun. But Breezy will fall. Winthrop want to extend this game just a little bit more. Aljun will take a couple more heads. Pad the stats and get a 2-0 victory in the name of CCG. Undertaker does win, and it seems like Near Airport are ready to get their win as they go for the chase. 5 Mini getting hunted down. Will have to go golden. Strong knockup coming out of Near Airport as they'll continue the chase over on the opposite side on the Low Jazz. Low Jazz gets demolished, and now the Azir passive gonna get up the tower, but there goes tick, tick, down. Double Lift gets the kill, and 2 fall for AMI.
They're looking for a little more. I think Decoy and Baz are going to get Pika.
Yeah, Baz has an angle, but here we go. Vault Breaker. The slow from the cask is found, and Decoy still looking to make haste and get out of there, but Baz a little bit too slow. That airplane is flying as fast as it can as Double Lift will hop in and says, you guys are near the airport and we're going to take you back home. They fought with trades. They slugged it out. Now here we go, one more attempt to fight back at Near Airport, but here comes Fobelter, able to get the Ring of Frost through, slam it against the wall, but will go golden in time. Interrupting the bullet time is Biofrost, as Misfortune suffers a death like no other, and now Near Airport have their victory.
Yeah, they're going to get the 2-0 game, and they're going to continue the win streak they've been on these last couple of weeks.